Okay. Is this not working? Oh wait, no, it's just that. There we go. Okay. Oh, I didn't even do this. What did I do? I finished that. Is that it? And then what am I? I don't even know what I'm on. I think I was almost done with this. I'm at like the end of this one. And these are kind of short, I think. Let's see what I'm on. Yeah, 2. I'm on 2. Dang, bro. Bro, I mean, how is it that I'm working all day long and getting nothing done, bro? That's crazy. Okay, we'll do that one. I think I got that. Today was an off day, so I'll just check that. And I think I got 4 yesterday. 4. Yeah. It's hard to break 4. I hit 5 sometimes. But I can't break 5. So these 6, that 6 is really tough to hit. Especially if you're starting at noon. But like I had snow shoveling, I'm helping my dad work from home. And he's not really good with computers. So I was helping him and a whole bunch of stuff. So we'll see. Okay. But this one's almost done, so we'll just I'll just work on that one. Let's see. Oh, move this. There we go. Okay. You just got this last one and then a quiz. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Whatever. There we go. this timer, man. Come on now. There we go. I'm not really sure what I'm reading here. If it has multiple entries to a similar networks in its routing table, it must determine which route to prefer. Longer prefixes are preferred over shorter ones. Okay, yeah, that's called the longest prefix match example. So then, okay, then each routing protocol supported by the router can add a single route for any given destination prefix to the routing table. Can add a single route. So how does that mean that there can be multiple if it says literally there can be a single route for any given destination prefix to the routing table? Or is it because it uses, if it's going to be using different routing protocols? Wouldn't there only be one routing protocol if it's using that one? Why would you use multiple? This means that there might be more than one route with an identical length prefix in the routing table, but it's saying that supported by the router can add a single route for any given destination prefix. So one route, yet there could be multiple. I don't know what that's even saying, bro. thought it could be tabbed. I guess not. I don't know what this was even about. Route selection. First factor is that longer prefixes are preferred over shorter ones. Okay, and then also each routing protocol can support. Each routing protocol can support supported by the router can add a single route for any given destination. It means there might be more than one route with identical prefix like the routing table. Each routing protocol uses its metric to determine the least cost path for its route for routes with identical prefix lengths. Cannot compare routes from different protocols in the overall IP routing table because the routing protocol uses different methods to calculate the metrics. Instead, an administrative value is used to express the relative trustworthiness of the protocol supplying the route. Default AD values are coded into the router, can be adjusted by the administrator. 0, 1, 20, 90, 110, 120, 155. Static route will be preferred to anything other than directly connected. Okay, so these are more preferred than this. Conversely, a static route with a high AD could be defined to function as a backup if a learned route update fails. Normally the router will prefer the learned route because it is. Okay, I guess that's like straightforward enough. Fine, we'll start the quiz. Oh, this is such a drag. I'm getting really tired of learning this stuff, bro. Such a drag. Maybe that one? I don't know. What happens when a routing protocol database contains more than one route to the same destination prefix? Oh, this is what I was just learning about. I'm not gonna look at the notes, I'm only looking at this page. What happens when a routing protocol's database contains more than one route? They have to choose which one to select with the lowest cost metric. Yeah, that one. What happens if when a router receives an update that includes a route to a network it already knows about in RIP? An update. Oh shoot, okay. Replaces its existing route with the new one? Yeah, probably. Ignores the update? No. Replaces its existing route with the new one only if the hop count is lower. Not necessarily, because what if you make changes to the network and now the hop count is higher, but it's still the only route? You'd want to update to reflect that. So maybe not that one. It increments the hop count of its existing route by 1. I'm gonna say the first one, honestly, I don't really know. I feel like it could be the other one. Yeah, that one. OSPF? Oh shoot, is it this one? I think it's hierarchical. Because the first one I think was EIGRP and that was flat, so OSPF is hierarchical. Yeah, I think so. What's the principal difference between link state and distance vector protocols? Link state and distance vector. Link state protocols rely on directly connected neighbors for information about remote networks. I think that's distance vector. Link state protocols allow each node to hold a copy of the network, complete network topology. I think it's that one. Distance vector protocols allow each node to hold a copy. No. I think it's the link state one that does that. We'll find out if I was correct. Which of the following circumstances might you implement BGP on your company network? Implement BGP to share routes with other networks. I forgot what BGP is, bro. I don't remember. That was last night. BGP, what does this stand for? I don't even remember. Oh, that's not good. Just looking at these options. BGP, is that the inter-network one? Is that the one where it's only like typically ISPs to ISPs use that? Dang, I don't know this one, dude. Oh man, I don't know which one it is. I'm gonna guess this one. I don't know if it's that one. Honestly, I don't know. Don't know. Straight, there's not one that I know that I'm feeling it could be. I think this is like a 4 out of 4. Like all 4 options could be it. I really don't know. I don't remember enough about it to make any sort of educated guess. What protocol does BGP use? Oh man, dude, I don't know. Probably TCP or UDP. Oh, I don't know. I'm guessing UDP, bro. I have no idea. It's wrong, dude. It's wrong. I don't remember these. Oh, dude, I was about to pass this test, and the last few questions are putting me down, bro. I gotta get this one right at least, just to maybe I got lucky with the guess, you know what I'm saying? This is the same question as the first one. If a router has 2 routes to the same destination with identical prefix links, how does it choose the best route? By using the AD value. By choosing the route with the lowest metric? With identical prefix lengths. Then they choose the AD value. Yeah. Bro, I did not pass this. There's no way. I'm gonna have to review. I think I'm got like 6 out of 10 or 7 out of 10. And that's being generous, I think. We'll see what I got. 6 out of 10. Yeah, this was my worst quiz to date. The last 3 I got all wrong. I don't even know how. That doesn't make sense. I literally took the notes just now. And that's what it was. So I don't know how that's wrong, bro. Okay, let's read. See what's going on here. What can cause convergence problems in a dynamic routing network? A flapping interface. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, next. What happens when routing protocol's database contains more than one route to the same destination prefix? Path with the lowest cost metric is used. Correct. That's what I got. Okay. Okay, This one I got wrong. What is this? Oh yeah, this is one I had no idea. In RIP, what happens when a router receives an update that includes a route to a network it already knows about? It replaces the existing route with the new one only if the hop count is lower. When a router in RIP network receives an update that includes a route to a network it already knows about, it will compare the hop count of the new route with the existing one. If the new route has a lower hop count, the router will replace its existing route with the new one, as RIP aims to use the path with the lowest hop count. Okay, I gotta memorize that. I was figuring, like, okay, if you know a hop about a network, like, you know, XYZ, whatever, many hops away, what if they reconfigure the whole thing where that network is now 4 hops away, and there is no, they completely changed it. The one that it has now is just incorrect because it's not X hops away, it's now the new Y hops away, and there is no X hops away anymore. No possible route is XY. So in that case, it won't update because now it's further. So how does it get there? Is it just going to keep sending it back to the same router, and then that router will just figure out where to go from there? Probably, I suppose. I suppose the only thing I really have to know is that RIP is the lowest hop count one. So, and then remember this question as well. That replaces the existing route with the new one, only if the hop count is lower. Okay, next one. What's the primary reason for the development of EIGRP? Yeah, to address limitations of IGRP, such as lack for support for classless addressing. What is the purpose of hello messaging? To confirm connectivity with its neighbors. I got that one right. What type of routing system is OSPF considered to be? Hierarchical. OSPF that was right as well. Considered hierarchical routing system because it organizes networks and routers into areas. The routers within an area sharing the same topological database. This structure contrasts with flat routing systems, which do not have this level of organization. Okay, whatever. What's the principal difference between link state and distance vector? Okay, so this was also kind of a guess, but I was kind of... Okay, so link state protocol allows each node to hold a copy of the complete network's topology, which makes sense. Link state, the state of the topology. Link state protocols, such as OSPF, oh, okay, so OSPF is a link state protocol, enable each router to maintain a complete map of the network topology, allowing it to independently calculate the shortest path to each network. This contrasts with distance vector protocols, which rely on neighbors to inform them about the rest of the network. Okay. And then I went on a losing streak here at the end. Actually, I was 6 for 7 until the final 3. I got them all wrong, so that's where I went downhill. Under which of the following circumstances might you implement BGP on company network and share routes with internet routers? If the network is connected to internet using multiple ISPs. Okay, I'm just gonna have to remember that. Very large networks can use BGP internally, but they typically only share routes on the internet if the autonomous system has 2 or more connections to the internet through different ISPs. Okay, just gonna have to memorize that, really. That's kind of how that works. What protocol does BGP use for its operation? TCP. Oh, I should have said TCP, but that's what I was on. BGP operates over TCP port 179. TCP provides reliable, ordered, error-checked delivery of stream of bytes. Okay, which is essential for exchange of routing information between BGP peers. If a router has 2 routes to the same destination with identical prefix links, how does it choose the best route? By choosing the route with the lowest metric. It's the same question as question 1. I thought it was going to be by using the AD value. Why is it not the AD value? Doesn't it just say that? When two routes have the same prefix length, the router will compare their metrics to decide which route is more efficient and is lower cost. The route with the lower metric is preferred. Packet size does not influence route selection. Routing decisions are based on metrics and AD values. So that's what I put. AD is used to choose between routes from different routing protocols, not compare routes with the same prefix length within the same protocol. Oh, okay, I see. Well, I thought you said you could only have one. Each routing protocol supported by the router could add a single route for any given destination prefix. Something is up with this point that is contradictory to everything else that's being taught. That's dumb, bro. Got a hundo on that one because I remembered literally all the answers. Next. Okay, cool. Now I can do this. Also means I can do. I gotta start doing more commits, more frequent commits. Git add. I did. It was yeah, 5.1. Or should I just do that? No, I'm not gonna know which one it is in my notes. Yeah, I'm not gonna know what it is in my notes. Why was I doing the numbering, bro? Yeah, I don't know why I did that last time, but hopefully it's not gonna matter too much. Alright, let's see what's going on over there. My bad, I gotta help my dad out with this computer a little bit. Again, getting nothing done, man. Getting nothing done. Let's go. Barely can go 30 minutes, bro. Alright, network address. Or network address translation, I mean. Okay, this is gonna be actually a little bit interesting. Let's see what we got in here. We've got 1, 2, 3 pages only. That's not too bad. The next one's got only 2. The next one's got 2, and the next one's actually got a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 1, 2, 3. So it's not too bad. Section 5 is not too bad. We have to finish this today. And it's almost amazingly how it's not even a lot. Yet it's going to take the whole day probably. And that's because I'm taking all these notes and really trying to learn this stuff. Because you can just read this without notes, but that sounds like a nightmare when trying to study. Plus, when you finish, like I want to actually have this to reference. Like that's why I'm taking the class. You want notes, man. I've taken classes without notes, and guess what? I don't remember anything in those classes. And I have no notes to be able to reference. So it's like, what a waste. I've done it once before. Now I have the way that I like to do it. Let's see. What am I typing? Okay, we're gonna learn about this. Ooh, there's 2 different frame formats for that? I guess so. Support plug-in cards for WAN interfaces. I know what that is. I don't need to do that. I can just do that. Oops, I went back. What is this? There we go. I remember always saying NAT type when playing on the PlayStation, bro. And you're like, change the NAT type to fix your internet speeds. Hold on, I gotta look for something here. Okay, I want to Google best. How should I say it? Learn how to use a computer. You gotta have video.
If you're just getting started with Windows, learning how to navigate the desktop is a great way to start. Let's take a look at the desktop, which is the screen you see here. It includes a desktop background, also known as your wallpaper, and the taskbar at the bottom of the screen. The taskbar is where you'll find shortcuts to some of the applications on your computer, as well as the Start button. You can click the Start button to open the Start menu. Here you can see a list of applications. You can click an application to open it. You can also find shortcuts to your settings, documents, and more. The taskbar is also where you'll find the File Explorer. It allows you to view and open files and folders. For now, I'm going to close the window by clicking the X. Let's check out more features on the desktop. The desktop is the main workspace for your computer. To open a program, file, or folder, just double-click the icon. Each time you open something, it will appear in a new window. You have the ability to move windows by clicking and dragging the top of the window. When you're done, just release the mouse. If you have more than one window open at a time, you can quickly switch between them by clicking the one you want. Or you can click the icon for it on the taskbar. You can also maximize it so it fills the entire screen. Just click the square near the top right corner. Click it again to return the window to its original size. When you're finished, closing the windows is easy. Just click the X. If you want to quickly search the files, settings, or applications on your computer, you can use the search feature. Just click the search bar and start typing.
It's too much reading for... All of this needs to be a video. I don't know who's going to be not knowing how to use a computer and is going to be willing to sit through all this and read. The teaching medium is not compatible with the recipient. This is good, but it... Needs to be a video, bro. Needs to be a video. It's really good, but it just needs to be a video. Maybe this one. Is now Tech Life Unity. What a crazy name, bro. What even is this? Lifestyle. Again, articles, bro. They need to be video. It's too much for someone to read. You know what I'm saying? It's too much for people to read. I liked. I like that first option. It's just I wish they had. I wish it was just an all entirely video. Are there any good videos, bro? It's like advanced stuff. I need like basics. There's seriously no good resources, bro.
Welcome to North Suburban Library District's Computer for Beginners class, also known as the Basic Computers class. This is our digital version of the actual physical class we normally teach, but because of the COVID pandemic, we're unable to really have physical classes to keep everyone safe. So we're adding this to our website, to our YouTube channel, so that at least people that want to learn the basics about computers can have a beginning stage, a beginning.
Is this one gonna
As you can see, there are many types of computers,
including wireless,
computer's data even when it's turned off. Many hard drives
and touchpad, also known as a trackpad. You can
run mobile operating systems like Apple iOS or Google Android, which are designed for interactions with smaller touchscreens or online. Apps are about communication.
If they're wired, they most likely uses your cable TV connection. These are both known as broadband internet connections because they offer much faster speeds than dial-up. This makes it easier to watch videos, play games, or browse the web. Fiber is the fastest type of broadband currently available. Using fiber optic cables, it can provide speeds that exceed even DSL or cable. Let's look at a few different types of internet connections that you can have. dial-up connects to your phone line. It's usually much slower than other types of internet connections, but in some areas, fiber is where you live. This makes it easier to watch videos type of speeds that exceed even DSL or cable. However, it may not be available where you live, and it tends to be more expensive. Cellular is sold on G. Also get these types may be a service you choose. You'll need to purchase it from an internet service provider from your phone. Your ISP will to also get them from a computer store and use but the basic idea is that you'll connect the modem to your phone jack or cable TV connection, and then connect your computer to the modem using an Ethernet cable. Once you have everything set up, you can open your web browser and begin using the internet. If you want to connect several devices to the internet, you can create a wireless home network, also known as a
For instance, on internet servers instead of on your computer. It's like having an extra hard drive you can access anytime you're connected to the
Cleaning other parts of your workspace, like the back of your monitor and your computer case. These
Defender. This helps prevent viruses even easier. You
can give you extra support. Whatever it takes to avoid sitting in the same position.
Malware or other malicious content, many
data collected, such as blocking tracking cookies in your browser settings, but with the current sophistication of tracking, they're pretty easy to get around. However, there are potential upsides to all this data being collected.
But if you're using Windows 8, you can click the Start button to return to the Start screen. The taskbar is also where you'll find File Explorer, which allows items on your dock. Just click the icon. There are actually several different ways that you can navigate to files, folders.
Why are they using such old stuff? This was uploaded 2 years ago.
See for different applications, including using OS X. Right-click the link.
This is a pretty good video, I think. Computers for beginners. What else is there? Anyway, I think that one's a good one that I found. Good enough. Network address translation, maybe? Or network address translation types. My bad. Wait, did I? Yeah, hold on. I gotta keep constantly checking on my dad.
Suppose we have a host on the private network that has an IP address of 192.168.1.10, and the private side of the NAT router has an IP address of 192.168.1.1 assigned. This is the default gateway router for the network segment. When this host, 192.168.1.10, tries to request resources from an IP address that's not on this network segment, it automatically knows that it needs to forward that request to the default gateway, which is a NAT router. When the NAT router receives that request, it strips off the source address of the transmission, 192.168.1.10, and replaces the source address with its public IP address, 137.65.7.2. It then sends it to the public network where the request is routed to the appropriate host on the internet. The host on the public network that receives this request, the recipient of the transmission, doesn't see that the request came from 192.168.1.10. Instead, it sees it coming from the NAT router itself, 137.65.7.2. The receiving host responds and sends the requested information back. It sends the response back to 137.65.7.2, so the request returns to the NAT router. The NAT router changes the recipient address of the transmission to the original requesting host on the private network, 192.168.1.10, and forwards it through its 192.168.1.1 interface to the host that originally requested the information. The NAT router may have to process thousands of translation requests at any given time. When information is returned from the public network, it keeps track of which request goes to which host on the internal network using port address translation, or PAT. When a request is sent, the NAT router sends it from a randomly selected dynamic port on its public IP address. The Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, or IANA, has assigned the port range 49,152 to 65,535 to be used as dynamic ports. The NAT router picks one of these dynamic ports and forwards the request out on the public network from the selected port. The Internet Assigned router sends it which request goes to which host. When information is returned from the public network, it keeps track of which request goes to which host on the internal network using port address translation, or PAT. When a request is sent, the NAT router sends it from a randomly selected dynamic port on its public IP address. The Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, or IANA, has assigned the port range 49,152 to 65,535 to be used as dynamic ports. The NAT router picks one of these dynamic ports and forwards the request out on the public network from the selected port. Each request that comes through for address translation is assigned to a different dynamic port. The NAT router keeps a table in memory called the translation table that temporarily maps a particular port to a particular request from a specific host source IP on the private network. That way, when the data returns from the host on the internet, it returns to the port from which it was sent. The NAT router then looks at its translation table and identifies which private host address is currently associated with that port number. It knows that information coming back from the public network needs to be forwarded to the private network to this particular host with this IP address. The NAT router maps the IP address of the originating host to a particular dynamic port and stores it in the translation table. By doing this, it can keep track of which returning information goes to which host on the private network.
Okay. How do you configure DDoS protection? I just thought about that. Because let's say, I'm pretty sure I learned about it, but let's say like the web server or even just your network, you want to protect like even just the router from DDoS. How do you protect against that? I learned about that so many times, bro. That's it? I have no DDoS? What about DOS? The event was traumatic, bro. You just got DDoS. Like, you got shut down. It's not traumatic because you're... It's not traumatic. Yo. What is wrong with these people? Seriously. Oh my goodness. It's not traumatic because your server, your video game server got shut down. It's not traumatic because your router got DDoS, bro. It's not a traumatic thing. Like, your router got shut down, bro. It couldn't handle the traffic. It stopped working. That's not the end of the world. There's nothing traumatic about that. Do you even know what trauma is? Bro, people face, like, real trauma. Like, getting blown up, half their legs off in war, seeing their buddy of 18 years get shot in the head, his head blown up. Like, that's real trauma. Not your router got shut down. There's a serious issue with people, bro. What has happened with the internet, man? What is this? Cloudflare plans free? What is this, a server? It's not really saying what this is. Basics you need to protect and accelerate your site. Get your site or network up and running. So it's a server? What is it?
We're betting on the technology for the future, not the technology for the past. So having a broad network, having global companies now running at full enterprise scale gives us great comfort. It's dead clear that no one is innovating in this space as fast as Cloudflare is.
With the help of Cloudflare, we were able to add an extra layer of network security controlled by Allianz, including WAF, DDoS. Cloudflare uses a CDN, also allow us to keep cost under control and caching and improve speed.
Cloudflare's been an amazing partner in the privacy front. They've been willing to be extremely transparent in the privacy
This is Firefox. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. You know what?
front.
Bro, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. That makes so much sense. That's Firefox. That is Firefox. That's Firefox. That is Firefox. I'm done. Get me out of here. I don't want none of this. LibreWolf? No, LibreWolf can stay. Firefox is gone for sure. Yeah. That's Firefox. That is everything about Firefox. To support Firefox is insane. I don't support nothing that they do. Nothing is good about Firefox. Nothing. I don't support them. Nope. Not allow it. That's Firefox.
Been willing to be extremely transparent about the data that they are collecting and why they're using it, and they've also been willing to throw those logs away.
I think one of our favorite features of Cloudflare has been the worker technology.
Of us, but it was very hard to manage because we kept adding.
Is it a server? Is it hosting services? Is this what they're selling? A server for hosting websites? Minecraft server? Oh, I remember that. It's a free. This is not free. Jamstack site. What's a Jamstack site again? I forgot. Jamstack. That decouples web experience layer from data and business logic. Hugo and Next. Oh, this is the full thing.
For the blatant whole stack, and tip else could have different. That was it for the main.
What is Jamstack though? You gotta give a little bit of information here. This is telling me nothing. Decouples the web experience from the data and business logic. Static site generator, yeah. Deployed in Netlify. Cool, very nice. But what is it? Wikipedia's gonna give me a better answer, bro. Is a web development architecture pattern, okay, and solution stack. The acronym JAM stands for JavaScript, API, and Markup, generated by Static Site Generator, was coined by Matt Bilyman in 2015. The idea of combining the use of JavaScript, APIs, and markup has existed since the beginning of HTML5. In Jamstack websites, the application logic typically resides on the client side. For example, an embedded e-commerce checkout service that interacts with pre-rendered static content without being tightly coupled to a back-end server. Jamstack sites are usually served with a Git-based or headless constant content management system. Okay. I'm gonna add this video to watch later. Here, Cloudflare is an approach to front-end web development, the construction of content and interface that users interact with, allows developers to quickly create and efficiently serve static websites to users. In a Jamstack web application, as much HTML as possible is pre-built and stored in a content delivery network, instead of running a monolithic back-end application on the server side to generate dynamic content. Dynamic components of the application are based on APIs. Ideally, this results in a much faster user experience and a much simpler developer experience. Stands for JavaScript APIs Markup. Jamstack website or application is constructed using only these three elements. The static website that the user sees is built out of HTML and CSS markup code. JavaScript is used for any necessary dynamic functionality and for calling APIs. APIs provide the application's backend. Suppose Bob builds a web application that provides updates on European football scores. Bob creates a backend application that runs on the server he operates and constantly checks the scores of the latest matches. When a user opens up the web application, Bob's server generates HTML pages that display those scores, then sends those pages to the user. However, Bob's web application is somewhat slow. Before a user can view those pages, they have to wait for the backend application to run, for the HTML to be generated, and for the HTML to reach their device. Now, suppose Bob rebuilds his web application using Jamstack approach. Instead of writing an entire backend application, he creates a series of lightweight HTML pages that he stores in a CDN. When a user opens up the application, the CDN immediately delivers the corresponding HTML pages to the user. Since the CDN is far closer to the user than Bob's server, the application also makes oh, okay, that was a separate sentence. The application also makes an API call in order to fill out the live football match scores on the page. Bob's web application now loads very quickly for the user, and from Bob's perspective, there's much less need to write code that will handle the backend server-side work of updating the scores. This is actually a pretty good page. This is way better than anything else. What is a static website? A static website is made up of one or more static web pages, which are HTML files that load in a browser the same way no matter who loads the file. Because static web pages consist solely of HTML with no additional code that needs to be run in the browser, they can load extremely quickly. To see what HTML code looks like, click on a web page. Give you a page source. By contrast, dynamic web pages are different each time they load, in order to provide a more interactive, personalized user experience. Dynamic web pages change based on the user opening the page, the location of the page, the time of day, any number of other changing data inputs. When a dynamic web page loads, code has to either run on the web server that hosts the web page or within the user's browser. This reliance on running code can slow down the user experience. Dynamic web pages are not the only way to create a modernized user experience. A mostly static Jamstack website can still provide a dynamic, personalized experience for users by occasionally generating new static content or calling APIs to fill out updated content. How do Jamstack applications handle backend functions? In application development, the backend is the code that runs the server behind the scenes. Usually a user is not aware of what is happening on the backend while they use a website or application. While JavaScript and markup dictate the way Jamstack application appears to a user, it still needs the backend functions in order to work. Jamstack handles this by calling APIs using JavaScript. Using APIs means that the Jamstack developers do not have to construct their own back-end applications. They can build on already existing APIs to make their websites and apps work. Oh, Jamstack is the best! Yeah, you just use other people's APIs. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I've been doing. That's what I like. Who needs that back-end slow ski work bloated garbage? Using API means that Jamstack developers, okay, I already read that. They can build on already existing APIs to make their websites and apps work. When developers want to build their own functionality for an application, they can create a new API. APIs can be reused in a variety of contexts. When the developers build their own APIs for the backend, they should only need to construct the functionality once in order to use it in future applications. How does Jamstack relate to microservices? Using APIs allows Jamstack developers to take a microservices approach to the backend. In a microservices architecture, an application's backend is broken down into smaller chunks that run on command. Just as Jamstack application calls various APIs when necessary, but otherwise do not need backend support. It is also possible to construct a Jamstack application that uses a partially or fully serverless backend. Serverless functions are small, reusable snippets of code that run on demand. However, a serverless architecture often requires a more hands-on approach to the backend by the developer, since they are essentially building the backend application themselves instead of calling APIs. What do you mean if it's, wait, what? How is that? That sounds contradictory. What am I not getting? It's possible to construct a Jamstack application that uses partially or fully serverless backend, so no server. Serverless functions are small, reusable snippets of code that run on demand. However, a serverless architecture often requires a more hands-on approach to the backend by the developer. But if there is no backend, how is that? Since they're essentially building the backend application themselves instead of calling APIs. If it's serverless, how are they building the backend? There's supposed to be no backend. That's literally what you said. Although they do not have to worry about provisioning servers. Interesting, I don't know. What are the benefits of using Jamstack? Performance. Most of all the content in Jamstack applications is made up of static HTML files that are served from a CDN. This is the fastest way to deliver web content to end users. Scalability. If an application is scalable, that means it responds to a large increase in usage. Better developer experience. Okay. You can learn more about Cloudflare Pages, our Jamstack platform for building static websites. Cloudflare Pages? I never even knew about that. Build fast sites in record time. Cloudflare Pages is a Jamstack platform for front-end developers and to collaborate and deploy websites. Effortless Git integration. Grab your page repo and go. Hugo, Gatsby, Vue, and React. Those are React and Vue are Jamstack? Oh, I guess they're meant for creating front-end frameworks, I suppose. One build at a time? Unlimited sites. I don't know what that means. It's pretty good though. But it's basically GitHub Pages. Cool. Should I save that? I already read it. I don't know. Maybe. What happens if I go back here? Oh, Jamstack. Okay. Jamstack WTF. So this is for React apps. This is in Go. Docusaurus. React and Markdown. What's Docusaurus? Built using React.
Hello everyone, my name is Mitch Vinnik and I'm a developer advocate for Facebook Open Source, and today I will be explaining the project Docusaurus to you like your 5-year-old. Docusaurus is an open source project for building, deploying and maintaining websites. With familiar tools like Markdown and MDX, developers can feel at home while using Docusaurus. Docusaurus supports documentation search out of the box with Algolia search engine built in. For sites that support multiple languages, Docusaurus allows for an easy integration with a service called CrowdIn. Last but not least, Docusaurus supports versioning of the docs, so you can keep your site in sync with your code. Docusaurus was first released to the public in 2017. Since then, this project has been used by a number of Facebook and external projects. Would you like to learn more about Docusaurus? Docusaurus has an extensive documentation.
It's a docs thing for documents. Nice. Next. Probably just want to start with gonna start with plain HTML. Similar to Hugo, but this was like the older school one. Blog platform. It looks like Hugo, bro. Remix. What was the main thing? I'm just under plans and free. I'm trying to understand, like, if I were to go here, how do I get there? Connect, build, put the connectivity cloud for work. Start for free. I don't know, but where is plans free? I want this. But what is the plans free of for which product? Which one of these is it? Which one is it? This application services? This one. Network services. Developer platform. I think it's this, application services. It provides a server, Minecraft server. Is that literally what it says? That's what I was reading. Where is it here? Where did it say? Didn't it say something about that? Or am I tweaking? Was that on here? I guess just Cloudflare was the answer to that. Or, well, that was mostly for servers. What if I... Oh, firewall, obviously, duh. Yeah, wow, I'm retarded. Oh, it stopped snowing? How much snow is there? It's not too bad. A little bit of snow, but not too bad. This should just be the whole thing. Should be an example. Oops, should be this. Yeah. I didn't really look at this graphic, that's what I forgot to do. Let's see. Internet, firewall, hosts, source address translation. From this to this. And then inside interface are these. Outside interface is this. Destination address translation from this to this. Oh, I see. So it changes source and destination. So internally it's this and wait, 10.0.0.101 and this is, oh, okay, I see. Mm-hmm.
In this demo, we're going to configure NAT, or Network Address Translation. We're going to allow traffic from our LAN network to go to our DMZ network. The first thing we're going to do is configure NAT to allow remote desktop protocol from this machine here with the IP address of 10.10.10.10 through the firewall to PC01. The second thing we'll do is configure NAT to allow us to use SSH from our 10.10.10.10 machine through the firewall to our Kali Linux machine with the IP of 172.16.1.6. And the third thing we'll do is modify our remote desktop protocol NAT rule to use a custom port through the LAN. But when it enters the DMZ, it'll use a custom port number. Let's get started. I'm at the dashboard of my pfSense security appliance. I want to come down and confirm that I have my three interfaces here. I have my WAN, LAN, and DMZ, and they all look good. We'll go up to Firewall and select NAT from the menu. This takes us to the Port Forward tab by default, so we'll go over and click on the Add button with the up arrow. We don't have anything configured yet, so it doesn't matter which button we click on here. Okay, so we're doing Remote Desktop Protocol first. We want to configure the interface for the LAN interface, so I'll pick that from the list. Our protocol will be TCP, but I'll click on the list so you can see all the protocols that we can choose from. For the destination, we want to use a LAN address here. For our destination port range, Microsoft Remote Desktop Protocol is listed under MSRDP. I can pick that from the list and it'll use the default port of 3389. Now, if for some reason the service isn't listed, we can just put in a custom port number. Even though MSRDP is listed, I could just put in the port here, 3389. Now for the redirect target port. This is where the traffic goes when it leaves the firewall. Let's look at our diagram again. Here I have PC01. This particular PC is getting its IP via DHCP, so let's jump over to that machine for a minute and confirm the IP address. The preferred method would be to have either static IPs or reserved IPs configured with DHCP, but I like doing things the hard way. I'm on PC01 and I'll open a command prompt and enter ipconfig. My IP is 172.16.1.101. That's the IP I need to enter in my settings. So let's go back and do that now. I'm back here on pfSense and I'll type in 172.16.1.101. The target port is going to be MSRDP again. My description will be RDP from LAN to PC01. Now, this next part is really cool. With a lot of devices, when you create a NAT rule, you have to remember to go in and create a rule in the firewall to allow it through. With pfSense, under Filter Rule Association, you can have it add the associated filter rule automatically. So yes, we certainly like this, and whenever possible, we want to use it. Click Save, and then click Apply Changes. Now, just to confirm, let's look and see if our firewall rule was created. I'm sure it's there, but I like to verify things before I rely on them. So go to Firewall and then to Rules. Now, make sure you're on the LAN interface, and right down here at the bottom is the rule that was just created. It shows the destination IP and port. Alright, let's see that this is working with our own eyes. Let's go ahead and see if we can use Remote Desktop Protocol to get from PC02 on the LAN over to PC01 over on the DMZ. I'm actually doing all my work from PC02, so this is the machine on the LAN. Let's open up Remote Desktop and see if we can make a connection. Now this part can be a little confusing. My LAN doesn't know anything about my DMZ. It doesn't know about the computers there or the IP address scheme. It's a totally different network. I need to put in the IP address of my LAN gateway, which is 10.10.10.1. When I hit that address, my NAT rule will say, hey, I need to take this RDP connection, translate it to the 172.16 network, and then forward it to PC01. Let's go back to PC01 on the LAN and click on Connect. Getting a prompt for the password is a great sign. I'll type in my password and press Enter. Okay, it took just a few seconds, but I'm connected to PC01 over on the DMZ. My command prompt is still open, so just to be sure, I'll do an ipconfig, and it looks great. If we look up here, the IP is 10.10.10.1. That's the IP address of my pfSense, and it's where this machine thinks the connection is originating from because of NAT. Let's create another NAT rule. Let's go back to pfSense and go to Firewall, NAT. Let's look at the diagram again. This time, I want to use NAT to allow us to use SSH on port 22 from PC02 through the firewall to our Kali Linux machine with the IP of 172.16.1.6. I have the program PuTTY, and I need to do some command line configurations on this machine occasionally. Alright, back to my pfSense. Let's click on Add. I'm on the NAT, port forward, edit page again. Once again, for interface, I'll pick LAN. SSH does use TCP, so I'll leave that set to TCP. Destination is the LAN address, just like Remote Desktop. Destination port range will be SSH from the list. Remember that the IP for the Kali machine was 172.16.1.6. Redirect target port is also SSH. And for the description, I'll type allow SSH from LAN to Kali on DMZ. Once again, we can have it create the rule for us. Click on Save and then Apply Changes. I want to confirm that my rule is there, just like we did for RDP. Redirect target port is also SSH.
Where'd you put the port? Oh,
and for the description, I'll type allow SSH from LAN to Kali on DMZ. Once again, we can have it create the rule for us. Click on Save and then Apply Changes. I want to confirm that my rule is there, just like we did for RDP. Go to Firewall and Rules. Make sure that I'm on the LAN interface. Here at the bottom is my SSH rule that was created along with the NAT rule. I have my IP, port 22, and my description. Alright, I've switched back over to NAT port forwarding. The final thing I want to do is edit our remote desktop protocol NAT settings. Under Actions, I'll click on the Edit icon. That takes us to the Edit page. I'll scroll down. Under Destination Port Range, I'm going to change this to a custom port.
Wait,
I'm
what
going
is
to
he
put
doing
in
now?
5151 in
What
both
did I
places.
just
I've
forget?
switched back over to
I
my
was like, thinking in
IP.
my head about something random. Like, if I were to set up like a pfSense thing and then I wanted to like create documentation for all my settings and everything, and then like export a configuration file of my router, and then give AI a prompt and say, create a documentations page that will be used for, X documentation, like provider or whatever format, and then create it off of this like configuration, and then it'll create that. I feel like it would be a lot and probably wouldn't be able to do it, but that was just like an idea to test out. And then that would be pretty cool. And then you can host like a local documentation page, basically a documentation server, create some sort of static server, probably with the Docusaurus or whatever. You can use that, and then and have that for your own like settings.
Port 22, and my description. Alright, I've switched back over to NAT port forwarding. The final thing I want to do is edit our remote desktop protocol NAT settings. Under Actions, I'll click on the Edit icon.
Why?
That takes us to the Edit page.
You already said it. Why?
I'll scroll down. Under Destination Port Range, I'm going to change this to a custom port. I'm going to put in 5151 in both places here. Click on Save, and let's go to our diagram, and I'll explain what we're doing. Over on the DMZ, I have a web server, and I also have my Windows 10 machine. I want to get to both of them using Remote Desktop Protocol, but when I enter the IP 10.10.10.1, NAT is configured to send the traffic to PC01 on the DMZ. So the question is, how can I use RDP to get to a different machine? Well, that's where I can change the port that's hitting the 10.10.10.1 IP address with a custom port. Instead of using the default port of 3389, I'm going to use 5151. So in this scenario, I'm editing the existing NAT configuration to have traffic go to PC01 on the DMZ. Okay, I'm back on PC02. And like I said before, this is the PC that I'm using to configure pfSense from. I'll hit Apply Changes, and our NAT rule has been updated. Now before ending the demo, I just want to confirm that this is working and show you how to use a custom port with RDP. I'll open up Remote Desktop Connection again. At the end of the IP address for my pfSense, 10.10.10.1, I want to add a colon and follow that with the port number 5151. This is called a socket. Some call it a network socket or address socket. Now I'll click Connect, enter in my password, and wait for the connection to complete. We've connected to our PC over on the DMZ once again, but this time using a custom port on the LAN side. I'll do an IP config just for the fun of it, and we're good to go. That's it for this demo. In this demo, we created NAT rules. First, we created a remote desktop connection rule. Then we created a NAT rule for SSH. And finally, we modified our remote desktop rule to use a custom port on our LAN.
Okay, nice. Alright, 1 second. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting anything when my dad's working from home. He's got no idea how to use a computer. I gotta walk him through everything. I'm not getting nothing done all day today. That's crazy. Oh man, I just want to get work done, bro. I'm not getting anything done. Oh, at least it's done with this, bro. Bet we're gonna be using pfSense device. That's pretty good. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Okay. Interfaces. Services. NAT. Wait, what does he say? What do I have to do? Yeah, NAT port forwarding, okay. Wait, what's the difference between those two? Add up, add down? We want it from the LAN network to the DMZ. TCP is fine. Port MSRDP. Description RDP from LAN to PC1. Oh, here, redirect to target IP. I don't know how I missed that. There we go. Target port, redirect target IP, redirect target port. Oh, wait, what did I put in? Destination port? Target port. RDP. Apply. Now allow the SSH protocol from the LAN network to the Kali Linux server located in the DMZ using the following. Okay, now we're going to add a interface LAN. Protocol is TCP. Destination port SSH. There's gonna be an SSH here? Yes. Redirect. Enter the internal IP of the server on which to map the ports. There we go. Redirect target port. SSH. Description. SSH from LAN to Cali. Save. Apply. Allow the RDP TCP protocols from the LAN network to the web server located in the DMZ using the following. Okay, so we're just gonna do 3 of them then. Add LAN server, or the LAN interface. What is it? RDP, TCP protocols? Okay, TCP, destination port, MSRDP. But this time on port 51. So we're gonna do a custom. It's gonna be port 5151 to port 5151. Redirect target IP. Okay, redirect target port is going to be also probably other than 5151. Description, RDP from LAN to web server using custom port. Save. Apply. Okay, hopefully that worked. Monitor the filter reload pro. Okay, that. Score? Oh, I did it wrong. 0% of all of them, bro. Interface LAN protocol TCP. I did that. Destination type LAN address. Destination port range MSRDP. Redirect range, that one. Redirect port MSRDP. Description save. I did that. Or did I miss LAN address? Did I miss LAN address? Let me start it again. Did I miss that? I don't even know. I think I did. Let me see. If I go through it again, I'm gonna know if I missed it or not. I'll know. Let's see. I mean, I had to have, because how else? Come on. There we go. NAT. Add. Interface, LAN, protocol, TCP, destination. Oh, here? Ah, LAN address. This is what I missed. Destination port. MSRDP. Redirect target IP. Bam. Redirect target port, same thing. Description. RDP from LAN to PC1. Save. Apply. Add. Another LAN. This time with TCP. Destination LAN address. Destination port is going to be an SSH. Okay, redirect target IP is going to be a okay, redirect target port is going to be SSH again. Description. Okay, and save. Apply. Then we're going to do another one. LAN, protocol TCP, destination, LAN address. Destination port, MSRDP. No, actually this one's gonna be or target. Destination is going to be other, custom 5151, to other 5151, target IP. Bam. This one's going to be other. Description RDP from LAN to web server using custom port. Save. Apply changes. Score lab. Score. Nice. So we just missed that field. Next quiz. Bet. Let's go. Network technician is looking at the interfaces on an edge router. Technician comes across a customer's router. What is this side of the interface called? Comes across a customer's router. That's the CE customer edge or something like that. Customer something. I'm trying to warm up my hands, bro. Why is it cold in here? Your company has recently expanded operations and opened a new branch office. As the IT manager, you are tasked with setting up the network infrastructure for this new location. The office will connect to the company's main data center via the internet to access for centralized resources. You need to select a router that will manage the traffic between the branch offices LAN and the WAN. Internet access efficiently. Which type of router would be most suitable for this purpose? Let's see. Setting up the network infrastructure. Okay. Office will connect to the company's main data center via the internet for access to centralized resources. You need to select a router that will manage the traffic between the branch office's LAN and the WAN internet access efficiently. So that's an edge router, I believe. What's the primary role of an edge router in the network? Connect internal networks to external networks. Which of the following problems does NAT help address? Shortage of IPv4 addresses. Next. Kate, a network admin, has been tasked with staying with the company within the company budget. She has a large network and doesn't want to spend more than she needs on purchasing and registering multiple public IP addresses for each of the hosts on her network. Which of the following methods could help her provide internet access but also keep costs low and limit the number of registered IP addresses her organization needs to purchase? So she has a large network, doesn't want to spend too much on purchasing and registering multiple IP addresses for hosts. Which methods can help provide her internet access but keep costs low and limit the number of registered IP addresses? Network address translation. Next. You have a small network at home that is connected to the internet. On your home network, you have a server with the IP of that. You have a single public address that is shared by all hosts on your private network. You want to configure the server as a web server and allow internet hosts to contact the server to browse their personal website. What should you use to allow access to this configuration? NAT? Static NAT? Dynamic NAT? You want to configure the server as a web server and allow internet hosts to contact the server to browse a personal website. DNS-A record, static NAT, multicast, dynamic NAT, DNS CNAME record. Well, this had nothing to do with DNS, so I'm ruling out those. It had nothing to do with multicast, so I'm ruling out that. So it's either dynamic NAT or a static NAT. Thinking maybe a static NAT? We're gonna see. We're gonna see. In the following tables, does which of the following tables does a NAT router store port numbers and their associated private IP address mappings? Translation table. Which of the following is another term for PAT? NAT overloading. What is the primary function of PAT? Encrypt data packets? No. Block unwanted traffic? No. Map multiple private IP addresses into a single public IP address? Allocate a unique public IP address to... No, it's map multiple privates to a single public. What happens to the packets returned from the internet in a PAT configuration? What happens to the packets returned from the internet in a PAT configuration? They undergo reverse mapping to insert the original IP address and port number. They are stored in a buffer until the correct host requests them. Returned from internet? Okay, they are discarded if they do not match an existing port mapping. They are broadcast to... No. They undergo reverse mapping to insert the original IP address and port number. I think that one. Next, score. Let's see what we got. I think I passed this. Let's see. 100% though. 100% bro. 100%. Let's go. That one's easy. Yeah, that one easy. That one easy. That one was easy. Yep. Okay, so I got the static NAT right, okay. Static NAT maps an internal IP address to a static port assignment. Static NAT is typically used to take a server on the private network, such as a web server, and make it available on the internet. External hosts contact internal server using the public IP address and the static port. Using a static mapping allows external hosts to contact internal hosts. Dynamic NAT automatically maps internal IP address with a dynamic port assignment. On the NAT device, the internal device is identified by the public IP address and the dynamic port number. Dynamic NAT allows internal private hosts to contact external public hosts, but not vice versa. Oh. External hosts. Do I have that? I don't have that in here. NAT device exposes a pool of public IP addresses to support inbound and outbound connections between private network and the internet. Each new session creates a new public-private address binding. When a new session, I should add that. That's not even in here. Dynamic and it allows internal hosts to contact external hosts, but not vice versa. So port forwarding, is that basically port address translation is the same thing as port forwarding? It doesn't say that, port forwarding here. Or are those two different things? Because it sounds like the same thing, port forward and port address translation. Okay, that one was easy. NAT overloading, yeah, I just happened to remember that one, and this one. Yeah, map multiple private IPs onto a single public IP, yep. Made sense, oops. And then the last one was, yeah, that one. nice. You see, I like this one. This one's short. That's what I like to see, baby. That's what I like to see. Although it's Wednesday and I'm still on week 2, bro. Come on now. Having a tough time catching up. Let's see. Is the Pat versus port forwarding, are they the same thing? But they serve slightly different purposes and operate in distinct ways. PAT is an extension of NAT that translates private IP addresses into public IP addresses, and also includes port numbers to differentiate multiple devices on the network. This allows multiple devices to share a single public IP address by using unique port numbers for each session. For example, home network with multiple devices, PAT assigns each device a unique port number to communicate with the internet, making each session unique and allowing all devices to share the same public IP address. Port forwarding, on the other hand, is a specific technique where a particular port or range of ports on a router's public IP address is directed to a specific device on the private network. This is often used to allow external access to services. It sounds like the same exact thing, bro. Look at this. Oh, this guy asked it. Okay, I see. Anyway, why did I type in packet? What did I just type in, bro? Why did I type that in? I have no idea. Let's see. Done. Oh man, I got still so many to do. Wait a minute. No, I finished that. Now I had to finish this one. Oh, this one's short. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. So I'm gonna get to long ones. I got 2 short ones and then I got a really long one. And then a kind of a short one at the end. So there's gonna be one long one for virtual lands. Let's get to it, baby. Let's get to it. Nothing to do it but to do it. Or nothing to it but to do it. Something like that. What is this? Oh, oh no. How is that? That's used for for this. How is that? Why is this not working? Option? Oh my, wait, what? Uh-oh, what is this? Why is this not working? Why is that not working? Relaunch. Whoa! I didn't know about all that. I didn't know you could do Apple. So now all of a sudden my focus is not working. That's a problem. Why is that not working? Might have to switch to aerospace. Man, none of these shortcuts are working, bro. None of them. Now this is working. Oh, now it's working. It just wasn't. Now it is. Okay, interesting. Weird. It's only working when I have selected OBS, not universally. How can I map? Is it possible? Possible to map application specific commands as global commands? Is that what is this? Nothing even comes up? Let me ask this. Oh, that was show thumbs in. Why is that appearing here? Something is weird. Now this is working? Okay, these are working, but not the other. Now all of a sudden the focus stuff has stopped. Focus doesn't work. Option doesn't seem to work. Does this work? Doesn't work. That sometimes works. Now it's working. Yo, something's up with these commands, bro. My commands are broken. I'm supposed to be working. Instead, I'm trying to have to fix these commands now. Okay, that one works. That doesn't work. Can I map application specific hotkeys as global hotkeys? Carabiner elements? I heard of that. Predefined rules. Amethyst? Oh, nice. What even is this? Who even did this? This is retarded. Here, amethyst. Whoa, what is that? Huh. I don't know what's going on here. free. Carabiner Elements versus SKHD. What is Chunk WM? Oh, another window? I've never seen this before. 2 years ago. Oh, by the same guy. Superseded by Yabai. Oh, that's old. Heck is Goku? I don't know what this is. Keyboard customizer for macOS. Change normal keys to other keys. Change keys by complex rules. Oops. Is this paused? Yeah, it is. Yo, something is tweaking, bro. Oh, now it's working, okay. Something is tweaking for sure, bro. Yo, look, something's tweaking with my mouse.
Styling Windows managers on macOS.
Something's not right. Something's tweaking. I don't know what's going on. Something is not running right. What is it even called? How do I even have these services? How do I even have that? Launch agents. I don't think I looked in there. Uh-oh. Library caches. Look, it's back. It's back, baby. It's trying to come back. It's trying to come back. Oh, you're out of here. How are you back? Today, look at this. Where did you create it from? Where did you get created from? Now I want to go to logs. Actually, let's go in here. Look at these guys were created also. Application support. There is no Adobe here. Library application support Adobe. It's not even here. Okay, this is... Something weird is glitching though, that's for sure. Oh, this is working now.
Guys are trendy. I mean, you seem to love that video. And indeed, a good dialing window manager can truly transform the way you work on your computer. It offers a much more keyboard-centric workflow and a clean, efficient way to manage Windows. And while macOS 15 brings some window management features, It's nothing like the real tiling window manager experience. So Yabai is one of the popular options and it has completely changed my productivity on macOS. But when I mention it to you, you seems pretty insisting of me trying the new kid in town, Aerospace. So over the past months, I tested it and today I will not only walk you through getting started, but also share my honest thoughts about it. And spoiler alert, I would definitely recommend Aerospace as a great first tiling window manager on macOS. However, there are still some features from Yabai that I've been missing in Aerospace. And of course, if you want to jump straight into my dot file like a madman, the link is in the description. So tiling Windows managers on macOS are trendy. I mean, you seem to love that video. And indeed, a good tiling window manager can truly transform the way you...
Bro, this is like tweaking, bro.
Is the one-line installation in the GitHub README.
Is it this? That's... If I disable this, is that gonna fix everything? No, maybe it's literally...
Of Aerospace, and it's just do a brew install with the package location and you mostly just done. Once
I'm gonna quit. Is Brave tweaking? I'm gonna quit Brave, bro. How do I... I was just watching this actually.
I've never been this productive on my Mac in the
Wait,
past
that's not
year.
the one I was watching. Oh, it's working now. It's a little bit better. What was the other thing I wanted to watch? Oh, hold on. I gotta get the stream going. The music. This one here. There we go.
Python is... Once you install it, you can launch Aerospace like any regular application under the application folder. Here I'm using Raycast, or you can use your shortcut to launch the application. So now you see that my Windows layout has just changed. I had 3 windows and they're all nicely organized because of Aerospace. And if you can see on the taskbar, I have it here with a number that has appeared. And that's the second major feature of tiling Windows Manager, is that aside from the Windows layout and have audio,
why is it so loud, bro?
you have different space, or here workspace. So on the opposite of Yabai, which I mentioned, which is another tiling window manager for macOS, Aerospace doesn't use the spaces feature from macOS that, you know, I can see here. That's the space, and I can add another space. Instead of that, it's create a virtual workspace, as it call it, and you can have as many workspace that you want. I specifically limited here to 7. And you can see also like which screen is currently actually also selected on which space. So this is the built-in is my main laptop screen basically, and this is my main screen actually, which is a Dell screen. So from the taskbar you can see that. So I can switch to another space. So you see the number here. has changed. I can go on workspace 3, and I was on the workspace 1 where there is my terminal and browser open. So let's dive into the configuration file, which is located commonly into your .config folder, then aerospace folder, and let me open directly NeoVim, and it's a TOML file. We're gonna go to my configuration aerospace. So on the just copy the default configuration. So coming because I've mostly edited this one, you have a lot of comments to understand which parameter do. But the first one you might want to do is start at logging automatically. So the first thing I kind of like disable is using the accordion modes, where basically when you had a different window, you can see a bit the overlay and the padding on the corner. I actually just don't like it. I either prefer to have it as a tile where I have a few and how it couple of. So next I have to find where the app is in which workspace, and also just to launch it and go through it. So here is to my different application. The other one that I'm using all the time is basically to enter full screen. So I already show you, but I'm just using Alt F here to enter temporarily as a window in full screen mode. The other one, which is super important, is the focus. So I'm doing Alt. I'm basically supporting Vim motion. So that's pretty common in a Windows styling manager. So you see here I'm focusing and changing the different window. To see it focus on the border, I'm using Jenkins Borders, which is another open source project. I'll put the link in the description. Finally, if I do Alt Shift, I move the window. So if I do Alt Shift left, I'm gonna move this one to the left, or I can move it to the right. So you see I have much more flexibility. So you can resize, I can add this one a bit, or down. So that's for this shortcut. Then I have shortcut for the different workspace. Typically when I'm using only one screen or two, even 7 workspace is basically the sweet spots for me. Then I have Alt Shift to move one node to or workspace. Is the main station if I want to purpose here, because I stop it for the quick start, and let me also hide the menu bar that what I usually do for by default. All right, so this is usually how I work. So you see the macOS actually taskbar is still there with aerospace, but I have a much more vision on what I've actually running into the different space. So here, if I switch, for example, to Brave, you see that I'm also saying on the workspace 1 is my station. Sometimes you're gonna move things here and there. You don't know what you open or what you need to close. And this is just give you a nice overview, always at a glance on what is running, where is it running. And of course you can check out my dot file, which is also including how Sketchybar is interacting with aerospace. All right, so far installation was super easy. No SIP disabling for settings and shortcuts, which keeps your setup clean. But is it too good to be true? Well, personally, I like to have a clear overview on what's running in my different workspace. And while I allocated specific apps to specific workspace, it's always best to have everything at a glance. So this is where Sketchybar with Iris latest Sketchybar version, it actually wouldn't work if that feature was disabled. So I was lucky because when I was trying aerospace a week later, so this is because when you disable the function, displays have separate space, and you go on full screen on one, while the other monitors becomes unavailable. So the current workaround is to disable aerospace when I need full screen functionality. This is probably my big back events, which is quite limited, not ideal, but manager on macOS. I actually asked the both creator what was the reason and the fault in terms of design, and it's pretty different. Yabai offers strong integration with macOS's native spaces features, so making some workflows smoother. However, it requires you to disable SIP, which can be a deal breaker, especially if you are on a work machine and you just can't do it. And also relying on macOS native Spaces features can be limiting since you're subject to Apple's updates and changes. On the other hand, RSpace offers a much simpler setup with its abstraction of workspace, but it currently lacks some features and show its early stage nature. And that's totally fine because the creator still considers at this point of this video RSpace as beta. In any case, we have more options to improve.
Not that many things on Amethyst, bro.
Control and lack of proportion. That was me and my macOS for the longest time. I had an app launcher, a nice terminal, and I thought I made it to the pinnacle of configuration. But when I stepped out of the terminal to use Finder or a video editor, Photoshop or Slack, I was back to granny mode, moving my mouse around, clicking all over. As someone who uses Tmux for everything, I tried solving it with monitor real estate. I went from 2 monitors to 3, then to a physically challenging ultra-wide 49-inch beast, just to finally come back to this, a single 4K quality monitor that's right in front of me. But when working with MediaBuy, a similar popular project, and the Vim binding serving as arrows, so Alt and H or L lets me move sideways to other tiles. Feeling like Tmux already? Let's pop Safari, where I hold my coding music. Now with 4 tiles, my screen is getting too crowded to do any productive work. I have few options here. I can minimize it or drag it to another screen, but my favorite is using a new screen area. You can see on the bar to the right that I currently have 5 areas to choose from, and we'll talk about these areas and the bar in just a bit. So I'm going to pick space number 3 and send my music there. Alt, Shift and 4 sends the window there and focuses on that space. To jump back, I can use Alt and the number of the previous space. In this case it was 2, and here I am back at my terminal space with the music tucked away. If we want these tiles to be presented horizontally rather than vertically, Alt and slash switches back and forth. When the layout changes, the directions are changed accordingly, so Alt and J or K allows for vertical motion. What if we want to switch places around the tiles? The natural way RSpace supports it is using the mouse, dragging them around to see them fall into place based on the location, even before dropping the tile into place. By the way, I'm using Command and Control here to drag the windows around. You can find the configuration line for your Mac to do that in the description or in the RSpace goodies section, which we'll get in just a bit. What if the tile is a bit small, but you don't want to go full screen? There's still value in seeing what's underneath and cycling through other tiles, kind of like viewing folders in a drawer. Hit Alt and Comma to do that and change the layout to the accordion style. The margins here are all configurable. Use the same bindings to move around, in this case up and down with Alt, J, K or the arrows. Accordions are obviously available in both modes, vertical or horizontal, and both serve great purpose for different use cases. Here's one great use that feels to me like reading the newspaper. While I'm not much of a news follower, I like the idea of having multiple reading pieces, usually blog posts, docs and probably my notes, rolling next to each other in accordion that I can scroll through. It kind of reminds me of the first generation iPod where you could scroll through your stored albums. What a trip down memory lane. Beyond sipping coffee and reading newspaper, Aerospace lets you fix the size of the windows not only with a mouse but also use easy key combos. Alt and plus, which is Alt Shift and equal, will increase the relative size of a tile. It's done very smoothly and you can play with the incremental changes in the configuration, which we'll go through next. Move around different tiles and change their size, whether they're on the side, the middle of the screen.
Where you can only change the size of the main window, which in some sense it's a little bit easier. But ooh, actually I kind of like that about Aerospace.
Tiled or stacked in an accordion structure. To reset the canvas, you can hold Alt Shift semicolon and then hit R for reset. Basically what this does is setting Aerospace in a service mode and sends R at a reset signal that's special for that mode. Don't worry about mods just yet, we're getting there. One more crucial functionality of the Tiling Manager is being able to set some windows free, changing them to floating windows. You may have seen floating windows on other tiling managers losing control of the tile that's now out of the structure, but not Aerospace. While my current terminal is floating around, I can still use the relative motions, using left or right and back through the middle where the floating pane is currently at. So I'm not completely losing touch with it, and once it was released from the tiles, I can still go back to it. We've talked about basics until now, but what happens when you need a slightly more complex layout? What if I want a vertical layout, but two windows stacked horizontally? The best practice here is to join two windows. So with Alt Shift and one of my arrows, in this case that would be Control and the Vim keys, I can join two tiles into one, so that there's still a vertical layout, but two tiles have been joined into the Aerospace tree. This is actually how Aerospace is addressing the structure, using a tree. There's a flat hierarchy of tiles to begin with, and as you join windows, they'll be nested under other tiles in a parent-child structure. This means that you can scroll through and move things around, take a nested window and join it to another tile. Sometimes the changes may surprise you, so understanding the tree structure helps a lot with that. Now at this point, some of you are probably having the itch of, how the hell do I know where I'm at any point in time? What workspace I'm on? What other workspaces are available to me? As you can see to the right, I solved it visually by adding something to my operating system. However, I did create a command line utility that helps me understand not only what other workspaces are available, but what are they running and what is exactly running within them. FF, which comes from my NeoVim config for telescope standing for find files, is actually finding everything under Aerospace. It takes a list of the Aerospace windows, sending it to the best tool ever, FZF. More on FZF in the video above, and yes, I said FZF and FZF to accommodate for people on both sides of the pond. It's totally okay to cuss in the comments. Anyway, with our new windows available as a fuzzy search, all that's left is to add a shell command for Aerospace Focus with a window ID from the selection. I love this option so much because it doesn't only let me show different open windows, but also adds a description, so I can literally see what's running in Safari or what's the command that's running within Ghosty. I can search for BrainFM instead of Safari, which makes more sense when I need it quickly. At any point, I'll just hit Alt-G, which is mapped to pop Ghosty, FF to search, and then my usual window or command and hit enter to take me there. This is exactly what Telescope in NeoVim did to the file tree, completely eliminated it by using fuzzy search over text and code. I think it's time to talk about configuration. Like pretty much every other terminal application I covered on this channel, Aerospace adheres to the home/.config and /aerospace path, where you're going to find an aerospace.toml file that's easy to follow and make changes to. The first addition I made was adding a couple of lines that use regex to catch both Telegram and Finder and make sure these are floating instead of messing with my tiles. This way I can pop them for a quick file copy or respond to a message and then send them back to their minimized mode. You'll also notice a strange gap choice I made. While all of my gaps are the same size, the outer right one is doubled, and I'm sure you can guess why. This is Sketchy Bar, taking additional space for the information panel we talked about, showing spaces and allowing for additional navigation features. Let me keep you hooked just a tiny bit more with Sketchy Bar, and we're going there, I promise. If I have two tiles and I want to have one in full screen without the native full screen for macOS, I can hit Alt, Control, Shift and F to help me see my focused application better. All of these and much more can be found on the Aerospace docs. You're going to find three main sections.
I should start that. Okay. I kind of want to use that, but I'm going to add it to a project, so I'm wasting my time, bro. It's got some cool things that I think I would like. But I think I fixed what I was... Now this is working. What did I press? What the heck? How come my tab is like weird? Bro, something is going on. I can't tab? Why is it mapping to... Why is it doing that? Something is broken, bro. I can't tab. What just happened? Like, everything's been working fine and now it's just not? If I quit Amethyst, is that what's happening? No. Oops. Okay, now that's working. I don't know what's going on. Something. I'm gonna just keep going. Something is like weird messing with my keybinds, bro. I don't know what it is. I didn't start this, bro. Keep forgetting. Man, I kind of like aerospace, bro. I'm just kind of thinking about it. You thinking about it for a little bit. That sounds actually kind of fire. Let's get some of that in here, bro. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, let's get some of that in here, bro. Now we running. Now we running. Now we moving, baby. Now we moving. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. actually Raycast can use. Oh, that's kind of cool. How do I do that? Okay, add to favorites. Copy deep link. Configure command. Dang, look at that. I'm just keep it at 7 days because text recognition. Yeah, we want to add one password in there. Those are the default that you want to make sure you do that. There's no shortcut. Oh, hotkey. Alias? Command. No, I don't want a hotkey. You can do a lot of hotkeys for a lot of things. Browser. What's alias do? CH clipboard history. Clip. What if I do that? Enter. It's a snippet. I don't know what a snippet is. Oh, search files, F. Where do these come up from? And how come Fuzzy Finder didn't find those? Hold up. Yeah, of course I wanted to search user folders. OneDrive? No. Oh, I did authorize it. I don't know what this is. I don't know what Kasu is. But you're not allowed. So what does this do? Opens? Okay. Interesting. Okay, so now we got some files here. How come this didn't find it? Oh, where's that D? Yeah. I gotta configure ghosty settings. Hold up, we gotta change it because I'm doing this a lot and it's not. Let's see. What is it? Split? Window split? Window shadow. How do I search? Split. Unfocused split. Split divider color. How do I search, like, keybind? Working directory? Oh, keybind. Format trigger equals action. Override previously set values. Okay, what is it that I want to do? No, I want to set the setting for splits. What if I do a new tab? What if I'm in here and do the tab? It's in the same spot. Okay, I want to change it to new, always open in new working directory. New window. Forgot what it's called though. Oh, here, key bindings. Okay. Yeah, I probably want to change these. I probably would always prefer new splits below rather than to the right. So I gotta do that. What did I just type? Oh, I did. What did I just type, bro? ls-s. I don't even know what that. What am I typing, bro? It's in config. And then where? Ghosty. It's gonna be new. New split, right, up, down, left. Auto splits along the longer direction. Oh, that's what I want. Wait, exit. I want to do. Uh-oh. That's what I don't want. Oh, there we go. That's what I want. What does this do? Nothing. So I want well here I want to do first. Okay, so there's already new splits, so let me just go to the top. I want to see a list of them first. Keybind equals trigger action, okay. I want to see a list. Valid modifiers. Is it going to show first how to do the... Plus list dash keybinds probably. Yes. I think super is just command. Go to split up, down, command alt, up, down, yeah. So super plus D, new split right. Okay, it's just set to automatically to the right. I want it to auto. So I want this to be new oh wait, enter mode. New underscore split equals new split keybind equals, okay. Oh no, keybind and then keybind equals trigger equals action. What the heck is a trigger? I gotta do keybind equals. Keybind. Okay, equals. Super plus D equals new split auto. Okay. Maybe that works, right? Quit. How do I do reload config this? Well, that did, okay. What if I do D? Oh, now it's on auto. Yes. Oh, auto is great. Yes. What a nice one. What a nice one. And then we'll do there. Nice. Now I want it to go back to home. I want the home. I want a new thing to be set to home. So I gotta configure that. Figure out how to do that. Bro, I don't even know where it is. Initial window, is that what it is? No. Window inherit working directory here, maybe? If true, new windows and tabs will inherit the working directory of the previously focused window. if no window was previously focused. Nice, that's the option I'm looking for. Bet. Oops. cd.config/ghosty. Just gonna enter it here, I suppose. And do what is called window dash inherit dash working dash directory. If true, no, equals false. Escape, right quit. Reload the config, clear. Command D. Bam! Oh, nice. Now we're talking. Because usually I always want that. Nice. Usually I always want that. Oh, that's nice. Now I just want to go back home. I want to go up here and I want to clear that. Okay. I want to go back down here and I want to do FZF-E, enter, and type Adobe. I want to look in here now. This doesn't have all the locations? Or is it still searching? Clearly does not have everything. Not everything is there. So I want to do set system settings. I want to go to probably privacy and security. Developer tools. Where's files? Oh, here? Ghosty. Should allow search everywhere. It's not, FCF is not finding stuff for some reason. Actually, Raycast is doing better at that. That's weird. Look, you search files. Let's open this up. Utilities here. Oh, you're out of here. Okay, there's not that much left. Let's go to here. Yeah. Because there's a lot of stuff in here. Like, I don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. Don't need that. I don't need any user presets from this, or media encoder, or Lumetri. Bam. Oh, okay, I see. Autosave files, yeah, that's fine. I don't know what this is. Oh, okay, I see. This is old. This is so old, bro. Let me move this over here. Okay. I think we got that figured out now. This 2 pages just took the longest I've ever seen in my life. Almost 6 o'clock, holy cow, bro. I've wasted the whole day doing nothing. That's crazy. Crazy. Constantly getting distracted by everything. At least this is unreal, man. Yeah, I've gotten nothing done under this, bro. That's crazy. That was just the first page? I didn't even do the second one, bro. That's crazy. We're keeping it going, baby. We're keeping it going. Yo, I kind of want to try aerospace now. I didn't realize how it worked, but it's got some useful things. I kind of like the fact. 3 things that I like about it. Bro, you literally cannot go 5 minutes without getting distracted. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's impressive. That is impressive. Cannot go 5 minutes without getting distracted. Can you imagine that? Bro, that is crazy. Okay.
In this demonstration, we're going to secure access to our LAN and WAN interfaces and configure IP addresses to them. We're all accounts on a network security appliance. We're using a pfSense security appliance, which has a graphical interface for configuration that's accessible through a web browser. I'm here at the login screen, and I'll sign in with the default username of admin. For this pfSense device, the default password is pfSense. I'll click sign in to log on. The first thing I want to do is configure the IP address on my WAN and my LAN. We'll start with the LAN settings. Go up to Interfaces, LAN, and that takes us to the LAN configuration page. If I look here, the IPv4 configuration type is set to static IPv4. DHCP is the other option there. I need to change it to a different IP address. I want to change it to 10.10.10.1, so I'll do that now. Now I want to confirm that my subnet is set to the /24 subnet mask. That's all I need to do on this page. I'll scroll down and click Save. The page refreshes and says that the LAN configuration has changed, and I need to click Apply Changes for it to take effect. It reminds me to change my DHCP server configuration if needed. Since my IP address is in the same subnet range as it was before, my DHCP configuration is still okay. Just make sure the IP you assigned is not in the scope of IPs you've configured to be leased. Click Apply Changes. Now, if you look up at my address, you'll see that it says 10.10.10.254. When I log back in, I need to go to the new address that I've configured. I found that you sometimes get a token error if you just try to log back in, so I'm going to close my web browser and open it back up. Now, let's type in 10.10.10.1 to get back to our sign-in page. I'll put my credentials back in here and click Sign In. I'll go back to my LAN interface, and you can see that my changes are there. Now let's configure our WAN settings. Once again, I'll go to Interfaces, but this time I'll select WAN from the list. Right now, I'm getting an IP from my WAN interface via DHCP. I want to configure this with a static IP, so I'll change that to static IPv4 from our IPv4 configuration type. Now, for an IP address, I'll give it 192.168.25.254. Right away, you might be saying, hey, that's a Class C private IP address. If so, you're absolutely correct. I'm on a test network that's connected to my regular network, which is using the 192.168 scheme. I need to set my subnet mask to /24 here. For this demo, I'm not going to configure DHCP version 6. I'm going to leave everything else set to the defaults and click Save to continue. I get a few reminders, just like we did with the LAN configuration. I'll click Apply Changes. Now I want to configure the DNS that my WAN will use. A lot of devices will have those settings right here with the WAN settings, but with this device, we need to go up to System, General Setup. I'm going to add a few DNS servers here, but first, let's take a look at the current status of our WAN interface. To do that, I'll go to Status, Interfaces. Here, we see that my DNS server is using the home address of 127.0.0.1. IPv4 network standards reserve the entire address block 127.0.0.0/8 for loopback purposes, so this is normal. I want to change those to a different DNS, so let's go back to System, General Setup. Beneath DNS server settings, I'll put in the Google DNS IP of 8.8.8.8. Now I'll click the Add DNS Server button, and this time I'll put in the other Google DNS IP of 8.8.4.4. I'm going to check this box, Disable DNS Forwarder. For this demo, I don't want my local host, 127.0.0.1, to be used as my first DNS server. Checking the box will remove the localhost DNS. I'm only doing this to demonstrate what happens when you check the box. I'll scroll down to save these settings. Now let's look at the status of our interfaces. We can see our DNS settings are now set to the Google DNS servers. That wraps up configuring IP interfaces. Now let's add an additional user to our pfSense appliance. To add a user, we need to go up to System, User Manager. You can see here that we have just one user, the admin user. It's good practice not to use the admin account for normal maintenance. You usually want to create a separate account for each person that might manage the device, collect logs, and so on. We can also track the log on and log off events of the users in case something happens. I'll add the user by going over and clicking the Add User button. I'll enter in a username of Rachel McGaffey. I'll give Rachel a password, and I'll put the password in a second time to confirm it. Now, under full name, I'll enter in Rachel McGaffey. That's really all that's required, but if I wanted to, I could check this box to customize the GUI for Rachel's account. Let's take a look at some of those options. After I check the box, I get some more options. I can change the theme for her account from this drop-down list. We can change the top navigation of the page here. We can change how the host name appears in the menu and change the number of dashboard columns. If we want things like WAN and LAN to be sorted alphabetically, we can change that too. If we have groups set up, we can change the memberships here. But we won't make any changes to these right now, so let's come down and click Save. One thing we don't want to happen with our security appliance is have someone logged into it make configuration changes. If a user gets called away from his or her desk and doesn't sign out, anyone can sit down at their computer and start messing around. So to mitigate this risk, we want to configure Session Timeout. I'll click on the Settings tab. Under Session Timeout, I'm going to change this to 10 minutes. That's actually a long time, and you might want to set this to a lower amount of time. Having no timeout is a huge security risk, so you'll have to judge your circumstances and decide what session timeout settings are best. The last thing I want to do in this demo is change the default admin password. Default passwords for devices are easy to find with a simple web search. It's such a problem, some US states and other governments have forced many tech manufacturers to make the devices they produce have random passwords. Even if your device comes with a random password already configured, those passwords are often printed on the device somewhere, so it's always recommended that you change it. That should be the very first thing you do. To change this password for the admin account, I'll click on the edit icon here. I'll type in my new password. Now, I'll type in a second time to confirm it. Come down and click Save, and that's all there is to it. That's it for this demonstration. In this demo, we configured a network security appliance. We configured the LAN and WAN IP addresses. We changed the WAN DNS. We created a second account on the device. We configured a session timeout. And we ended the demo by changing the default admin password to something more secure. To do is configure the IP address on my WAN and my LAN. We'll start with the LAN settings. Go up to Interfaces, LAN, and that takes us to the LAN configuration page. If I look here, the IPv4 configuration type is set to static IPv4. DHCP is the other option there. I need to change it to a different IP address. I want to change it to 10.10.10.1, so I'll do that now. Now I want to confirm that my subnet is set to the /24 subnet mask. That's all I need to do on this.
Okay. 5 questions only? Okay, bet. Let's get it, bet. Yeah, that one was pretty easy. off that. I gotta do something real quick. Hold up. Wait, what's the difference? This one's more expensive. But we get into some good stuff now. Probably gonna have to eat soon. It's already 6, bro. No, that's not what I wanted. What is this? Nah. You go and deny any connection. That's crazy. It's still out there? Where even was that? Hold up, show me that. Nuh-uh. Where was that? Show me that. Recent. How is this still coming back every time, bro? I'm trying to like delete this. This thing is a bro. Adobe software is malware, bro. It's malware. Adobe software is malware. No way around it. There's no way around it. It's malware. Where even is this, bro? Adobe, it's not even in here. It's literally not here. So how are you calling out, bro? What is this? Oh, I see. Wait, what? How was I not? Where was I at? Oh, I was in the user applications part? Yeah, I was. Okay, I see. Oh, what is this? Oh, for sure, you out of there. This guy too, probably. Probably this. What else is in here? iLife Media Browser, bro? I don't know what that is. Oh, we found you. Look at all of this. Look at all this garbage trying to hide in here, bro. Oh, you out of here. All of you. All of you. Oh, we rooting you out. We rooting you out good. Look at this. Oh, look at this. It wants to install right away. You're out of here, bro. Oh, all of you are out of here hiding. That's where y'all are hiding at. Oh, here's the local spoof. Oh, interesting. So this is where these guys are at. You see, I'm learning stuff. I'm learning stuff. Oh, you can't even see. Oh, good. Good. Oh, I'm learning stuff. Y'all are out of here. I don't even want this in here. Don't want these in here. Bam. That's better. What else is in here? Launch agents. These guys too. I don't want any of y'all. What else? What else? Preferences. Look at all of this. These guys are hiding in here. What else is in here? Preference panes? Oh, you can create a preference pane in... Oh, is this the settings pane? Oh, that's cool. Yo, I'm finding stuff in here. You could just look around in here and find things, man. You know what I'm saying? You can just look around. Ruby, Sandbox, Screensaver, Scripting Additions, Scripts. Adobe unit types? You're out of there too, bro. You're so out of there, baby. You out of here too. Baby, that's right. Oh, we're getting rid of them all. Oh, they're all getting out of there. Doesn't exist anymore. That's what I thought. What's this? exist anymore, that's what I thought. What about this one? Doesn't exist anymore either. That's what I thought. Oh, this also has the code signature in here? That's pretty nice. It doesn't exist anymore. That's what I thought, bro. That's what I thought. Literally, you don't exist anymore, bro. That's what I thought. Bam, that's what I thought, bro. Little Snitch is awesome. Little Snitch is awesome. Oh, it's the best Mac firewall. Oh, Little Snitch is awesome. Oh, it's awesome. Oh, there's more. Okay, so this actually can be like that. Ooh, 3 tiered network card. Oh, this one's kind of longer. Oh, this is the one that they be. This is the one they be using. Oh, this is the one they be using. For sure, this is the one they be using. They don't be using this hybrid. Nah, they be using this one. 3-tiered network. This is the one they be using. That is crazy, bro. Bro, I don't even know what I'm looking at. Dang, I kind of want to try that aerospace thing, man. I'm gonna finish this and then I can try that. I have to finish this whole module 5 and then I can try it, bro. What do you mean layer 3 switches? That's just a router. They tweaking on me or what? I don't like this. How I got this. Hierarchical model breaks down a large complex network design into smaller sections based on functions performed. Each function can be assessed by network designers to identify the most efficient hardware and software to use to implement it. Maybe this way? Oops. Maybe like that is good. Yeah, that works. That works a little bit better than before. Where am I at? Right here? Oh, okay. Bet. pause in the middle of this, but that's fine. What am I at? 4? That's pretty good. I'm about to hit 5. I'm about to hit 6? There's no way. And I did so little? No, that was Tuesday. I'm on 2. I'm on 2, bro. How am I on 2? 3 hours from 3? Yeah, I spent a lot of time helping. That makes sense. Kind of. I'm on 3, I mean. I'm on 3. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I gotta go eat. so I had to shovel too. But yeah, it's been snowing all day. Been snowing all day. Oh, I see. Because I deleted. It's because I deleted the launch daemon, I think. Or was it a launch daemon? It was some sort of file I deleted. Uh-oh. It's because I deleted the file. I don't need auto update. Don't worry about it. Microsoft, don't worry about it. And actually, that shoveling got me hot. Oh yeah, you like that stuff? Get my watch a little break too. Yeah, look at that. Start sweating on that. We going, baby. We going. More. We could finna get a fourth one for sure. Wait, it's gonna be 9, 10:30? Dang, it's gonna be late. Man, that dinner takes a long time, man. Especially when you're shoveling and everything. Okay. Let's go. See what we got going on here. We still got 5.5, 5.6, 5.7. We're almost there. It should be done a long time ago. It's today Wednesday. Dang. Okay. Let's go over here like this. Okay. There we go. Oh, I was in the middle of this right here. Let's just go up here. What is this?
Hey there, kids. Where you two been?
God, Dad, can't we be gone for a minute?
I don't know why I did that. What was I looking for? Oh yeah. Is that guy screaming here?
Everybody knows that Windows 11 is unbearable dog shit. Now, if you've ever heard of Linux before, I actually prefer Windows over Linux as a foundational system. I just don't like the Microsoft BS put on top of it. I think that Windows is just an easier and simpler system, because also trying to get non-tech savvy users to try to go through a huge, long, complex install process, I mean, come on. A lot of people on the internet forget when they get home, they hop on the computer to pay some bills, maybe watch some YouTube, play a game or something, and then get off, right? They don't want to sit there doing a bunch of complex stuff. Now, I personally feel like currently, even though there are many tools to try to fix and de-bloat Windows,
Oh, he finished it? Before it was just like the beta.
I feel like they're way too complex. I feel like they're way too tech savvy. Like, for example, many of these tools will have you open something called PowerShell, and then they'll have you run commands and then sit through and check every box or something. And I just think that that's not... I mean, come on. Even I don't want to do that. And I'd consider...
That's not it. This is Raven Games. They do Call of Duty. What is this? What is this? Hacked or something?
Consider myself a pretty tech-savvy person. When I get a brand new computer, a fresh install of Windows, what I want to be able to do is just click something, wait a few minutes, and then my system is just perfectly clean and good to go. I don't want to sit here and deal with this shit, okay? So that's why me and the boys over at Raven were working on making our own tool to de-bloat Windows, where it legitimately is just 2 clicks. You would click one of these buttons, you would click the I understand thing, it would install, it would finish, and then your system would look clean and beautiful. The start menu would be completely cleaned out, and because this was a showcase of a early development build, it wasn't finished in this video. I was just showing off and asking for feedback. Obviously, it wasn't perfect. Like you can see, this UI is not great. This UI is very primitive. It doesn't look too well. And also there was no way to optionally choose if you wanted Raven software. So because my team
is that because it's a
Raven made it. We have our own additional software like a Notepad replacement and stuff because Notepad is integrating AI. If you didn't know, Microsoft's adding AI into Notepad now and stuff, so we make our own alternatives. But we
what? When did that happen? Hold up. I guess that's what they're doing.
We didn't make it optional in this version, but in the final version we did, of course, because many people had a lot of feedback. This video absolutely blew up, and you guys left a ton of comments. You can get rid of phone link because some of that stuff is actually genuinely useful. This dude was talking about the EA app example being included in the gaming preset. So we listened to all of your guys' feedback, and we built a final complete version, and it is dropping today. As you're watching this video, it should be posted and available. I recommend you watch this video first and let me show it off and explain it to you first before you go using it, just in case, you know, so you don't get confused. I'll view it may be faster or slower depending on your hardware. If you have good hardware, decent internet, you can expect it to go by really fast. So you can just double click that on a Windows system that you've already been using for a long time. Under disabled, then it will check every 3 seconds and it'll let you know, hey, disable Defender. But since I have it disabled, you can now click close to proceed, and then you get met with this screen, this nice screen. It'll show the icons and it'll let you pick which browser you want. We recommend Firefox because it's it's the best balance between easy to use as well, you know, normie friendly, as well as pretty privacy respecting. If you want to go even further with privacy respecting, obviously LibreWolf would probably be the best choice, but I'm going to go Firefox here. And now optionally you can choose if you want Raven software like Scratchpad, Redact, whatnot. I'm not going to show it off in this video just because I want to show that it is optional now. But yes, if you did want it, you can click that and it will be a part of the install process. And now you get a loading screen. You get the installing screen. And now you just wait a little bit. Floods of text and all that, they'd probably get, you know, pretty... I'm not going to show it off in this video just because I want to show that it is optional now. But yes, if you did want it, you can click that and it will be a part of the install process. And now you get a loading screen. You get the installing screen. And now you just wait a little bit. Now, as you can see, it does cover your screen because the whole point is obviously it's going on in the background. Then it's being user-friendly for them. But if you did want to see what's going on in the background, you very easily can. You can actually press the Windows key, and you can see everything that's running in the background. So this is a good way if you did want to see what was going on. It makes your tab keep it very pretty. You'll get a better look at it when the install's finished, but I like it a lot. So now it's moving on to Raffi's Windy Bloat, which is a script by a person called Raffi, who goes by Raffi Online, of course, and they made this script to debloat Windows, remove a lot of these apps. So one thing you'll notice is that Talon, this tool, does use some other already existing tools for debloating Windows out there. What we did is we took those tools and we just automated the process and put it all in one place, packaged it all together to try to make it easier and more accessible for people who don't want to sit there, run PowerShell commands, or download and run scripts off GitHub and see everything that it did to your system. And you have any issues, you can always check. You'll even see that it actually isn't even here anymore. I feel like OneDrive is really shitty because I know several people who did not even realize that they were using OneDrive until I told them, and then they went, oh shit, you know, like it's really fucked up. But I will immediately say that this LinkedIn link survives, which I think is pretty shitty, but it is just a web link and it's actually not even actually installed to your system. When you click that LinkedIn button, then it installs it to your system. So that survives, but everything else is gone. And I did actually listen to your guys' feedback. You can see Phone Link is still here, Paint is still here, Notepad is still here, Microsoft Store is still here, and you can see that Calculator and accessibility tools obviously are still here because those are very crucial. So every app, and I know that there are some more extreme people when it comes to debloating, and they think that, and they want everything gone. They want nothing on the computer. And while I understand that, you have to admit there are some apps that are objectively useful, of course. And so I didn't want to get rid of now how it you have, same with memory usage and stuff, but background process is very low. You make some changes to the registry to obviously make your taskbar black, to set Windows to dark theme, move the taskbar to the left, and then it makes those changes. Then it downloads the Edge Vanisher script. So our Talon uses CTT WinUtil, and then it uses Raffi's Windy Bloat to combine them and to really make the whole thorough debloating process. Those will be there. So because of this, we ended up making our own homemade script to block Edge and remove it completely. What it does, this script is actually really cool. So you may not be able to read this, but it's relating, because here then you click download, and then it'll download the tool for you. So with that in mind, I want to move on to trying to show this tool. If you want to show this tool against other debloating tools, because there are many out there that try to accomplish a similar thing to Talon. One of the tools that's similar to Talon is AME Wizard, and I actually talked to the owner and lead developer of AME Wizard. He reached out to me. We had a good conversation about this sort of stuff. But anyways, AME Wizard is similar to Talon, where it tries to make it as easy as possible to debloat your Windows system. However, I feel like the way they do it is a bit poorly done. And I want to be nice to the AME Wizard team because I genuinely love what they're doing. I feel like their software is pretty good. However, I feel if the focus is trying to reach non-tech savvy users, then this tool is not the one. However, when I did talk to the owner of AME Wizard, he did say that their target audience is kind of in the middle of tech savvy and non-tech savvy, like the kind of middle of like semi-tech savvy people. He told me that those were the kinds of people that he's trying to get here. The kind of people who are know how to use a computer but aren't exactly experts. So the first issue with AME Wizard, again, in regards to if they were trying to reach the non-tech savvy audience, is that you need a playbook file. What's a playbook file? It's a file that they use for the application in order to do the debloat process. Okay, let's use the Atlas OS playbook here. What you do is you open up this and you get this file here, and once you get that, you can drag it here. Now, after you drag it, then you can begin the installation process, and it tells you what you need to do. It tells you that because I feel so, and this is the Windows image complex. You need to flag that there's some.
I wonder if you can do something like this from Mac. I don't think you could. Can you edit system settings from like terminal? This command provides access to settings that are not available through graphical user interface. It's for text edit. Preferences? Oh, defaults read. Oh, interesting. So you can maybe script this stuff. Whoa, that's not edited at all. That's almost useless. Here we go. That's better. Dang. Okay, that's literally everything. Okay, let's see. That didn't work. Oh, because I did it wrong. There we go. There's a lot of stuff here. Finder. Basically everything I think you can do. Should be all the settings, you know? Yo, that's an awesome idea. Okay, I'm gonna Was this a bash script? Yeah. Yo, this is kind of cool. I'm saving this. And what was this for? Oh. So you can change basically everything from there, which is what I wanted. Okay, let me hit that. That's awesome. I'm gonna do that as a project actually. What should I title it? And I want to actually create this. Create a script that automatically runs sets multiple Mac OS settings for enhanced privacy and security. Inspiration from here. And then let me link that. This guy here. This guy, yeah, where's his little thing here? GitHub. Some project resources here. And here. That's cool. That's really cool. Oh, that would be so long to go through that, but it would be awesome. Oh, and then what's the other file? I can go here maybe and see. There's a lot of stuff I saved, but here, this one. And I could use this as a reference as well. This is something I gotta read. It's actually very useful to read. This is quite cool. Apple open source? What is this? Objective-C blog. Yeah, I saw this. This was cool. Reverse Engineering macOS blog. Ooh, or via application. Potentially created with Apple script. I'd have to test it on. Yeah, you can test on virtual machines, maybe. Yeah, you just use virtual machines to test it. It's kind of cool. I'm gonna link this though. Let me just put this here, some resources to look for. What else did they link here? Cool. This is a lot of cool stuff that I want to make. Oh man, this would be so cool. What is this? I should really read this though. There's a lot here, but this would be good to read. I don't know why I'm hiding all of this still. I could have not highlighted it or hid it. What is this? Oh, it's the same thing just as a page. If you want to read it like this, which might be nicer. Yeah, the checkmate, but that's like a physical thing. What is Tonga? That's funny. Very cool idea that I had. What is this? That's one way to do it then. Old school, but this is good. So actually, let's do apps. Let's look at the App Store for those. See if they've got a POS editor. Why is this not? Oh, because there's a minimum size that it could be. Okay, I see. Plist. Let's just type that in. Plist editor. It's kind of old. Let's go back. Let's keep looking. Let's keep looking. Hey, what's going on, Miguel? Free here. Let's see this thread. How old is this? 2008. Yo, come on now. Okay, hold up. Let's do Plist editor for Mac. Let's see what comes up. This will probably be better. Penguin app? Wasn't that in here? Penguin? Yeah, this looks crap. Does Xcode have it? I'm just gonna type how to edit plist files on Mac. No, dude, I made pretty bad progress yesterday and today. It's actually not good. I've been really distracted, constantly doing a whole bunch of stuff. Dang, it's already 9:38. Oh man. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Install X. Okay, so you can just use Xcode. Let me add that to my notes here. Project resources. Plist files. Let's see. Plist stand for property list. Let's see. This is how you edit OS and application preferences. Or not that's how you edit. This is how OS and application preferences are saved / stored. Can open and edit with Xcode. Okay, that will be interesting. Okay, so we'll probably, okay, that's probably enough information to add for this project here. Yeah, that's probably enough for now. But I wanted to at least get that down because that would be a cool project to work on. That would be really cool. Cool. I don't know where I'm gonna add that, but my project list is starting to freaking get bigger and I'm not making any dents on it, and that's all I want to work on. What I gotta do is this class, bro. Okay, let's start one last session for today. Yeah, I prefer Mac over Windows. I've used Mac for like 13 years now, and not Windows. Like in all of that time, I have not used Windows. Only Mac for like 13 years straight. So, I don't like Windows at all. I mean, it can be good for some, like it's okay, but for the general user, I just think Mac is just so much better. I'm not much of a PC gamer, so I don't care about gaming, which if you're into gaming, then obviously Windows is the way to go. But I've been having to learn Windows a little bit lately with the A+, and just being in IT and stuff, so I've been kind of playing around with some VMs, and I kind of know a little bit of how to use it, just because if you go anywhere, like a library or school or something, usually like the computers there are typically Windows, so I mean, I know kind of how to use it. Honestly, I didn't know too much about it until I took the A+. I really learned like a lot about Windows. But Mac, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good with Mac. I've been on here for a long time. There's still actually a lot that I don't know, just because I haven't been super technical with Mac for most of the time. I would say that it was only the past 5 years is when I actually started to get technical with computers. So before that was kind of just, I was really into like creative stuff like Photoshop, video editing, graphics. So that's why I originally got Mac when I was in high school. And it was pretty good for that. But I also like Mac because it's Unix based, which I like that way better than Windows. And I think it's a little bit better for like, it's a good trade-off for privacy and security versus usability. I think it's like a good happy medium. You can get some good settings on Mac OS. Yeah, I just like it better, I guess. I don't know. I'm pretty biased. I mean, as I said, I've been using Mac for 13 years. I think I got my first Mac in 2012. Well, that was my first computer, and it was a Mac. Like my first. My family, man, that was old school. I don't know how old you are, but I remember back in the day, like, people used to just not have computers. Like, that was just not a thing people had. Like, people did have it, but it was more like a one computer per household. Like, it was like a family computer. Nowadays, like, everyone has like a personal computer. Like, it's their own computer. But back in the day, there used to just be like a family computer. That's crazy. I remember when I was like in elementary school, we just had one family computer to do what we needed to do, like print and do things. And then, yeah, even when I was in middle school, actually, because I didn't really have a computer in middle school, there was just no need. When I was in middle school, the iPod Touches, you're 25, yeah, so you're basically around the same age as me, or kind of, not the same age, but close. Like, you're in the range of me. I'm 27. But yeah, it was crazy. Like, in middle school is when the iPhone came out, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Imagine, bro, middle school and the iPhone came out. Was it? No, it wasn't when I was in middle school. When did the iPhone come out? It must have been before I came out. Maybe it was like a newer version that came out. I have a memory where, like, there was this distinct moment in middle school where, like, a lot of people had were getting iPod Touches and starting to play like on apps with like touch screen. And I think at that point, like, also there was like maybe the next version of the iPhone came out and people started switching to that. But it was like before that, it was just like people were using MP3 players. iPhone, what am I typing? iPhone release date 2008. When I was in, okay, so that was not middle school. High school started 2012 for me. So minus 3 years of middle school would be 2009 was the end of elementary school. So it came out when I was in elementary school. But in middle school is like when people started using like iPad or iPods. Yeah, iPod Touch and things like that. That's crazy. Anyway, so 2012 I got my first computer and it was iMac. And I used that for like graphic design and doing a whole bunch of graphics, video editing, things like that. That's what I did in high school. And then I still have that iMac actually. It's now, because it's so old, I can't run like Mac OS software on it. So I just put recently, it was just like a couple weeks ago, I put Ubuntu on there. BlackBerry. I never had a BlackBerry. I just had some run-of-the-mill like phone with the keyboards. You slide it and it had the keyboard. Everyone would use those phones with the sliding. I had 2 of those versions, and then I think in high school at some point I got an iPhone, maybe iPhone 6. And then I moved on to my second iPhone, and I'm actually still on my second iPhone. That's crazy. I'm still on an iPhone 8. But yeah, I'm using my first iMac still as like, now I have it set up by my like hooked up to my router, and I have Ubuntu on there. I got Linux Ubuntu and or Ubuntu. I don't know how to say that. Ubuntu. I'm just gonna say Ubuntu. So yeah, I just put it on there. I had Linux Mint on there, but I stopped liking it. And it was like doing some automatic backups on the drive, and I couldn't figure out how to stop it, and it was just like, it just filled up my whole drive. So I was like, you know what, forget this. I'm just erasing the whole disk and installing Ubuntu on there, because that's what I wanted to do anyway, or at some point. So I was like, let me just put that on there. But anyway, so that's gonna be like my practice computer. I'm gonna be like putting some home lab stuff on there. So I got a couple projects. Like I want to set up a RDP to that computer from my laptop, which is what I'm working on right now. Yeah, but before I do that, I want to get myself like wired in with Ethernet, and I have to run some cables through walls to do that. And I don't know when I'm gonna do that. It's pretty easy. It's not too bad, but it's just I got to do it. I got a lot of projects I want to do. But anyway, what was I looking at? Oh yeah, and then I just came up with a new project just now, which is what I was adding to my notes with all these tabs here. But okay, I gotta get back to finishing these notes, bro. I'm doing so little and I'm falling behind pretty bad. Let's see. Okay, get rid of this. Just get distracted like crazy, bro. Okay. Dang, I should have finished this today for sure. And it's already 10 o'clock. Damn, I already screwed up. It's over. Okay, where was I? Wait, no. Oh, is it a quiz? 4 questions, bet. Probably this. Yeah. I think it's this one, no? It is. Nice. Connect it up, let's see. Okay, it's gonna be this kind. Oh, I see. You just gotta connect nodes, okay. Create the default connection for each access layer switch. Okay, so access 1. No, how do you, oh, you gotta click this, okay. So access 1, port 0, it's gonna go to distribution 1. Port 0. Access 2, port 0. Distribution 2, port 0. So these are going to be the default links. So then from each distribution layer router to the other 2 switches. Oh man, oh, well, okay, so what, this goes to what? How come you told me that and then, oh, select the exhibits. Oh, I gotta check from here what it's supposed to look like. Okay, I see. Let's move it down here. Okay, so distribution 1 has got that one on 0. It's gonna have dot 2 and dot, what is that? Wait, what? (192.168.1.0/24). I don't know why those are 254, 253, 253, and then this is 254, 253, 252, and then that's 252. I don't know why that's like that. It's weird. But anyway, okay, so this is also gonna go to So ENPS 1 is going to go to this one here. On port what? Probably on port 1. And this is going to go on port 2 to this guy on port 1. And then distribution 2, port 1 is going to go to access 1, port 1, distribution port 2 is going to go to 3, port 2. And then distribution 3, port 1 is going to go to 1, port 2, and then distribution port 2 is going to go to access 2, port 2. Okay, and then implement the connections from the core layer to the distribution layer. So core 1, port 0 is going to what is all that? Hold up. How come it doesn't show those networks there? I'm just gonna assume that wait a minute. I'm pressing escape on that actually. What does this do? Go here, here, and here, and this one goes, or does this go here and here? Yeah, these things go all together. Wait, port 3 goes to 10.0.0.1/30. Which one is that? Hmm. But what's 10.0.0.2 versus 10.0.0.10? What are all these? Zero, 1, 2, 3. Jeez, bro, come on now. Who are all of these? Then implement the connections from the core layer to the distribution layer. Like that one at least says what those are, but this one doesn't. So how am I supposed to know which one is which? I mean, is this one that? I don't even know, bro. I for real don't even know. Like, which one is 10? Bro, I don't know how to read these. Four goes to 5. Which one is 5? It doesn't even say which one is which. Which one does this go to? Here? Is that how that works? got no idea, bro. How was I supposed to know that? How was I supposed to know this one? Core 1, port 0 goes to distribution 1. Port 0 goes to dist 1. Core 1 goes to dist 2 and core 1 goes to dist 3. How do I know which port? Or no, core 1 goes to dist 1 and 2. Oh, and then 3. And then core 2 goes on all 4s. Okay, well, I mean, it didn't even say how to implement that, bro. What? Like, is there a note here? Wait, first do these. Then do redundant connections. So dist 1, 0 went to 1, so we want 1 to go to 2. Wait, dist 1 goes to, yeah, 2, any port. Okay, I see. And port 2 goes to 3. And then dist 2 port 1 goes to 1. Then dist 2 port 2 goes to 3. And now dist 3 port 1 goes to 1. And dist port 2, or dist 3 port 2 goes to 2. Yeah. Now do core 1. Port 0 goes here. Or port 0 I meant. Core 1 goes here. And here. And this guy, 0 goes 1. There. And there, like that. But these guys show that they're connected together. Anyway. house score. Nice. Where are we? Oh, that was it, just one lab. Now the lesson review. Oh, only 5 questions, bet. What is the primary purpose of using hybrid topology in modern networks? Primary purpose of hybrid topology? Reduce overall cost of the network? Does that reduce it? I don't know. To simplify network design and management? Probably simplifies it, but it also implements redundancy and fault tolerance. Probably, I'll go with that one. What does a hierarchical star mesh topology involve? Nah, this one. Simplify by combining those. Let's see, you gonna give me that? Yeah, you gonna give me that. Huh? Oh, okay, I see. Bam. Now we're going to virtual lands, baby. But there's a lot of pages here, and it's 10:15. I think I'm gonna have to leave this for tomorrow. Dang it. That's alright. I did basically all of this, right? No, I did this, I did these, but these were short. Okay, let's do... So what did I do? I did network address translation, firewall, and enterprise network apologies. I typed git push, but it didn't recognize. That's weird. Actually, this I can probably minimize. Probably open this. Probably want this here. Probably do that. Okay, now because I've been really wanting to do this, I'm gonna do one of the projects here. Pause. tutorials. That's all I'm getting done for today. 3. Oh, I didn't even do a 4th one. This is the 4th one. Oh well. I want to get aerospace. Let's see, because I think it's gonna be cool. So let's see what happens. I don't know what I'm staring at for so long.
The Windows image and to allow it to remove all this crap, and it gives much more extreme control over what and how far you can go with getting your system deep loaded, because you can remove much more, because obviously you're making changes to the system while it's offline before you even install it, so it does allow for much more granular control. However, obviously this looks pretty complex. What you need to do is you need to download the ISO file from Microsoft's official website, then you need to add this auto unattend, then you need to use these Tiny11Maker PowerShell scripts and all this stuff, and then you actually even need to go as far as using Rufus or some other tool similar to it. You need to flash the image to the ISO, you need to god damn, what the fuck? You need to flash the ISO to the USB drive, and then you need to boot into that by spamming the F keys.
Hey, what's going on? Not too much today. Not too much today. A lot of distractions today. Snowed all day, so did a little bit of shoveling. Had to help out my dad a lot. But I got some work done. Not as much as I wanted to, but it's alright. It's already late. But I had a whole bunch of I did a bunch of other I came up with this cool project idea, so I wrote that down, did some research on that. But yeah, I mean, I got a decent, actually. You just reminded me I have to update my Obsidian, because I didn't update that. Let's see what I got done here. I got these done, and then just this one I just finished. Okay, so I did these. I wanted to finish all of this today, which I actually could have, because these were all super short basically, and this one's short. This one's pretty long, but this one's short. So I wanted to finish this today. So I'm pretty behind, and I'm falling even more behind, but what do you mean by domain? Oh, what domain for project? I came across actually this video that's on my screen right here, and I was thinking, oh, maybe I should look into some pages I saved for Mac OS hardening, and then I was looking into basically there's a GitHub guide for Mac OS hardening that I didn't read, but I found the other night. So I wanted to kind of read through that, and then that gave me the idea that I started researching whether or not I could make settings for Mac OS, like Mac OS system settings, if I can make those via command line. And if I can, then I could probably script those. So that I was looking into kind of like how that might work, how that works. And then I found out that it could work. So then the project idea is basically create a app. It's basically just a script, but maybe give it like a GUI that will run, and then we'll turn on a bunch of basically Mac OS hardening settings for privacy and security. And yeah, just for fun, because I think that would be cool. Because that's what this is, but for Windows. Well, this is a lot more than that, I guess. This is more of like a debloat tool for Windows. It deletes a whole bunch of applications and changes some settings and things like that. But I probably won't need the Windows one. I mean, I have no Windows computer, and I haven't used Windows at all, like ever. Like the only computer I've ever used has been Mac OS for the past 13 years. I mean, I've got some, I learned Windows for the A+, and I have some Windows VMs, but I have no Windows machines. Kind of like PowerShell, more like bash scripts. Bash scripts, or maybe even if I can leverage somehow Apple's. Well, I'm going to look into Apple scripts, because Apple has something called Apple scripts. And I don't know if that would be good for it. Probably would prefer bash scripts, but Apple scripts might allow for the creation of GUIs. And if it does, then I might be able to use that. Anyway, it's basically this thing, this video here. This guy created a tool for debloating Windows and whatnot, and just packaged it up. Well, it uses a lot of tools created by other people, but he kind of packaged them together, created a nice, basically, UI for it. If you,
Now, I personally feel like currently, and I'd consider, so that's why me and the boys over at Raven were working on making our own tool to debloat really fast. So you can just double click the application to start it. You do need to make sure that Defender is disabled before you run it. After you do that though, you run it, it'll ask for administrator privileges, of course, because it's going to be making a lot of big modifications to your Windows system. You should always run this on freshly installed systems, like a brand new fresh install of Windows. Check every 3 seconds, and it'll be easy to use. Easy shit, popping up. First thing it does, OneDrive is a lot more intimate.
Anyway, he explains what this all does,
every app,
and then you get a cool thing. Yeah, basically. I really don't like PowerShell though. I really don't like it. And that's mostly just because of the syntax. I look at the syntax and I'm like, what? That looks terrible. Bash I like. Well, okay, I don't know about Bash. But maybe once I learn PowerShell, I'll start liking it, because I think I think maybe the syntax for PowerShell is actually a little bit easier than Bash. But I just don't like it. I haven't really used it or tried it, but each of the times I've looked at it, I was like, I don't like this. And that's kind of how I feel about Windows in general. But I feel like I'll have to learn it basically. But anyway, yeah, so the project was basically like this, whatever this is, it gave me an idea that like I kind of want to see if I could do this but for Mac, and that would be pretty cool to like work on that, see if I can create a script that'll like turn on a whole bunch of basically security and privacy settings just by running the script. And then I'd probably just kind of keep that on GitHub and share that with others, and people can collaborate or whatever. Maybe even turn it into like an actual downloadable file that you can just run with make it a little bit more user friendly by giving it a GUI. and then running, and then maybe even like set like certain levels where you can actually like pick what settings. Because I was thinking like my sister got a Mac and my mom is now using Mac because I gave her my old Mac, and I doubt they've ever gone into system settings and played around with any of the settings there. So it'd actually be pretty cool if I created this tool. Now obviously they'd have to probably be on the same exact version, but same OS version, but it would be cool if I could just like run that for them, and then it'll kind of set them up to be a little bit more hardened. I don't know. It was just a cool idea, and I think I would it would be a nice project to be able to display on my GitHub or something. Yeah, I'm gonna, well, I have to know PowerShell on Windows properly. Like, there's not a choice. I don't know if I want to do sysadmin for my first job. I don't think I want to be sysadmin at all, ever. I don't think I really want to do that much with IT stuff. I think I kind of just want to sit more so at the, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I can't really say, but if I go into IT, maybe I'll get one job in IT stuff, but I'll see. I'm thinking maybe go more into like, I don't know, consulting. We'll see. I don't know yet. Depends what's going to be available and easy to get into with my, I have built an existing network already on LinkedIn, so I've got some, I'll see what opportunities might come my way. It might not be exactly like IT stuff. It might be more like analyst stuff rather than admin, sysadmin, or network engineering. Yeah, probably analyst. Yeah, probably more so analyst. Yeah, I'd prefer to just stick with like Linux thing. Well, I feel like if you're in cybersecurity, you gotta know it's a vast domain. You gotta know all of that. You gotta know Linux, you gotta know Mac, and you gotta know Windows. You should know all of them. If you're not a Mac person, you could probably skip Mac, honestly. If you're in cybersecurity or IT, you probably don't need to focus much on Mac. The main things would be Linux and Windows. That's going to be the most of everything. All of the end user machines are going to be Windows, and then basically from the sysadmin side, the IT side of stuff, it's all going to be Linux. The servers, the everything else. Well, Linux and Windows, but that's where all like the Linux interaction is going to come with, because end users are not going to be on Linux, but you'll be using like Linux servers and everything. And then some people will be on Macs, and that's where you have to know enough for Apple stuff. I remember one time I was at work, working from home, and I needed someone had to like the IT support had to remote desktop into my computer on Mac and do some settings for me, and he was looking around and he couldn't figure out how to configure it. So I literally told him, is like, dude, I even know what you're trying to do. Like, I know more of what you were trying to do, because it was Mac, because I've been on Mac for like 13 years, and so like not a lot of people in IT, well, I shouldn't say that. A lot of people from IT probably come from like a Windows background, so they probably don't know as much about Mac, but I'm pretty knowledgeable on Mac. So I think that's like my niche area. I really like kind of having a more focus on Apple and Mac OS and things like that. Yeah, OSC plus, OSCP. What is that? OSCP. I always forget all of the, offensive certification. Oh yeah, okay. Well, if I do this, I don't know if I'm gonna do this. Mac is pretty much only used by like the developers, or by like designers, developers and designers. That's, I feel like, where Mac is mostly used. Otherwise, most people use Windows, and some developers use Windows. I feel like Windows and software engineering just feel like opposites, like antithetical, which is kind of insane because that's probably what most software engineering is done on. But I just like, every single developer team that I've worked at in the tech companies I've worked at have been on Macs. Okay, maybe that's not true because my last company had like many divisions, but in some of them were so my last company also had software that was like very old school healthcare software. So I think those guys were more so on the Microsoft computers, Windows computers with coding and like using .NET frameworks and things like that. So I think they were on Windows computers. I don't know exactly though, but pretty much everyone I've seen were on Mac. Dude, the subnetting is what pushed me back like so far behind, because when I was subnetting was basically this whole section, this module 4 right here was all about internet protocol, addressing, subnetting, and IPv6. And the subnetting took me like a couple days just to go through that, because like it didn't really explain it too well. Actually, it explained it like terribly. And so then I just watched like a whole bunch of YouTube videos. I just spent the whole day like watching different YouTube videos and then kind of practicing. And then the next day I had to do like some more practice with it. And I kind of got it. I still don't kind of get it, but I got it enough to be able to like solve some problems and get the right answer and answer questions and do the labs. So I just kept moving on. So I'm probably going to study that a lot once I finish everything. But it wasn't super hard. I just had to learn the same information like over and over and over until it stuck. That's basically what I had to do. And now I kind of understand it. It's just kind of like, it's going to be hard to do it on the test because it's kind of long. Like I have to like count it out, like transfer the bits, then count how many bits, then try to convert it, and then see how many networks that would be, and then see how many hosts you can also have. That's what takes long, but it's not that hard. It's just kind of like you just gotta kind of like, if it's a textbook, you just gotta read the page like a few times for it to like settle in. It's not that hard, but it wasn't easy. It definitely took me like a day of like trying to read through it. So that set me back a lot, and then I had to catch up on all this, and then I've just been not productive this week, or not really doing as much as I could have. Like I've been streaming for a long time, but just a lot of it was kind of getting distracted, going on tangents and whatnot. Probably did like 6 hours of studying yesterday. Today I probably did very little, not that much, but yeah. Anyway, so subnetting was kind of not that easy. I did not get it right away, and then I started to get it a little bit later after a while. But I'm definitely going to need more resources to practice that before I actually take the exam. I don't think I'm going to take this, bro. I mean, maybe in the future. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going to go with my journey, but I'm probably just going to industry leading pen testing. I don't know how this compares to the Pentest Plus. I feel like this is probably the better one, and Pentest Plus is probably the introductory Pentest one, where this is probably more comprehensive. I haven't really compared them yet, but yeah, I know this one's pretty good. Offensive security, what else they have? Okay, I see. You can sublet like a pro. Bro, you gotta teach me the secrets, bro. What are the shortcuts? Because I'm still like pretty bad at it. I watched a couple like random. I watched like something from, who's that guy? What's that guy? Network Chuck, I think his name is. I watched a couple videos from him. Watched a couple videos from Professor Messer. Probably some other ones. Okay. Yeah, I probably will not be doing pen testing. I like blue team stuff. I like defense. I like that kind of stuff. I like hardening stuff. I like Yeah, I like hardening. I like creating defenses. I like setting up firewalls. I like increasing privacy settings. I like doing things like that. Yeah, Professor Messer was did pretty decent for me when I watched the videos. I was like, it's all right. I didn't like one of the methods he did was like writing out this whole table and everything. I'm like, what table? I'm not gonna have anything to write on, bro. Like I'm just gonna I have to do it in my head. So I've just been doing each time I've just been doing it in my head, and it kind of works out. The only thing is that for the exam, like they say you can't talk out loud, which is so dumb. Like I kind of understand that. Like if you're talking out loud, maybe you could be like cheating, but like, bro, like I can't even read the question out loud or else I'll get kicked out of the exam. Like, seriously, that's dumb. So, all right, go get some food, bro. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, okay, I just finished checking off this, so okay. So that's where I'm at, and then let me check off this. So I did this one. So I did all these. I still have to do these. That's gonna be tomorrow. All right, bet. All right, now I finished doing this. Now I can minimize this. And now I'm gonna, why is this not working? Yeah, you see, my shortcuts are not working sometimes. What is going on? Oh, now it's working, okay. Not really, it's partially working. It's not going there. Something's going on with this. Okay, anyway. Something's weird with some of my shortcuts. I was like, my computer was glitching out earlier today, so that also took some time. I was trying to like figure out why it wasn't like I don't know, something was being messed up. My whole computer was kind of being buggy. Not really buggy, I would say, I don't know, my window manager shortcuts were like not working, and then they were like doing other things, and I don't understand why. It was like so random. But yeah, that was basically it. So I'm gonna actually try a new Windows, new window manager, not Windows, new window manager. I'm gonna save this page. Let's see, probably to certs. Where does this go? Certs? Yeah. I change the name. Yeah. I'll do. Yeah, I'll just name it like that. That's fine. Where's save? Oh, I just saved automatically? Okay, bet. What is this? Highlights? No. Oh, I had this highlighted. Okay, delete. You could delete it from there? That's actually pretty good. Uh-oh. I didn't read that. Hold on, I'm gonna not allow that to happen. Let me just, okay, I'm gonna just go to here and see. Nope, certs here. This one. Oops, no, what did I want to, how do I, this. Where are highlights at? Maybe there are no highlights, okay. Alright, that's fine, bet. Okay, here is the what I want to try. It's in beta. Expect breaking changes until 1.0 is reached. Bro, when is this gonna release, like 1.0? 5 months ago, 3 months ago? Last week, last month? Goodies. Ooh, the docs. think he's getting ready for the full release. Not many major changes to the code base here. Now he's just like working on docs. Grammar docs. Yeah, he's just kind of working on docs, so I think he's getting ready to release this. What version is this? Does it say? Where do you see like what version this is? Build passing. Oh, this is made in Swift? Oh yeah, it has, obviously. Wait, not obviously, actually. What is, Yabai? What's this made with? C and Objective-C. Okay, interesting. I wonder if Swift is fast as C. Amethyst. What's Amethyst made with? This is also Swift, okay. This is what I'm using right now. I like it, but actually no, I really like it. There's some kind of, there's like a little bit of things that I don't like about it, like small little issues. And so I found this, and I just think that when I first saw this, I was like, I'm not gonna switch to this. But I just watched the video today again, and I was like, maybe I'll try it out. And so I was watching the video, and there's actually a lot of features, and not a lot, there's a few features in here that I think are gonna be, that are much better than what I have right now. So I'm gonna try this out. Although I'm probably not going to do this workspace switching. What? Okay, let me see. Do there considerable limitations? What are the limitations? Native macOS spaces have a lot of problems. The animation for spaces switching is slow. Okay, that's not a problem. I don't care. You can't disable animations. You have a limit to the number of spaces. 16 spaces. Bro, seriously? Who's gonna be using 16 spaces? How is that even a... How is that a problem, bro? If you're using 16 spaces, I think you're the problem. I think you're the problem if you have 16 spaces, bro. How many spaces do you need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like, how could you? No, that's 11. How would you even? Like, what? I can keep going. How many is it gonna let me go? 16. Do you really have that many apps that you gotta do 16 of these? That, like, how would, you want more than that? 16 being a limit is bad? Bro, who's ever gonna be using 16? Oh, I don't like how this works. You have to move your mouse each time to close these out. That's crazy. How is 16 too... How is that too little, bro? That is crazy. You can't delete, reorder, space, and move windows between spaces with hotkeys. Yeah, natively you can't do that. But you can do this though. How do I... Creating spaces sucks, actually. You have to do this. You have to click this button. There's no shortcut for spaces. So what you can do is you can move between spaces like that. That's fast enough. How is that? What's wrong with that? You can't reorder spaces. Why would you want to reorder spaces? Okay, so currently my window manager can move, let's see, I think I do, so if I want to move terminal to space 2, yeah, it works. Okay, I like that. And to 3, and to 2, and to 3, and to 1, 2, 1. Okay, I like that. If this can't do that, oh, Wait, no, I know it can't. I know it can't because it doesn't even do... It creates virtual spaces. Dang, that sucks, actually. Apple doesn't provide public API to communicate with spaces. Okay, but Amethyst literally allows you to move windows between spaces, so I don't know what you're crying about. But anyway, given these are some of his goals, they basically re-implements its own virtual workspaces. You see, I don't know if I'm gonna like that. That's the thing right here. Don't interact with macOS spaces anymore. That's the intent. The intent of this app is to not use macOS spaces and instead use Aerospace spaces. And I don't know if I like that. Like, honestly, I don't really use these much. When I'm just on my laptop, I use them for sure, 100%. But I use a lot of, most of my time, I try to focus, or I try to intentionally use my computer at my workstation here because I've got all these monitors. But otherwise, I like the spaces. The thing I don't like is managing spaces. It's coming up here and clicking X or adding a new one. That sucks because there's no shortcut for that, which is pretty dumb. Maybe. So if I like how this works, maybe this would be good. Like, what is this? Oh, this is bad. You can't do top corners? Oh, this sucks. Why? Dude, that sucks. What is this? Wait, actually, I want to see. I don't see what the problem is, bro. Amethyst works fine with that. But I do want to see that setting. How do you turn off that setting? See what that does. Displays. Maybe here? Nope. Yeah, this is not. Oh, maybe this one will work. Actually, this might work. That might work, actually. Spaces. What is this? that's something else. Here, set up spaces. Where is that? Displays have separate spaces on. What happens if I turn it off? Requires logout? Aw, I want to test that. Alright, I'll test this some other time then. I don't know really what that does. Okay, anyway, go back to here. Let's see. I don't need to read all this. At least not right now. Okay. Oh, interesting. Hold on. Wow, I didn't know about that. I was just looking into the defaults command. Just gonna copy that. Oh wait, control and command. Nope. Did that even work? Oh, dash bool, that's true. How about this? Oh, yeah, the first one did not work. Control plus command. Yeah, it's clearly not even working. It's not working. Why is that not working? Yeah, that's not working. Anyway, let's
So as some of you may know, I've tried quite a few different approaches to macOS window management, two of them being tiling window managers like Yabai, and more recently Aerospace. So far, Aerospace has been the best tiling window manager I've tried on macOS, especially because of its re-implementation of workspaces. A problem I found with Aerospace though is that when I was using it and had many different intensive applications running on my Mac, it would start to slow down and I started experiencing a lag when switching between one Aerospace workspace to another. After analyzing the way I work on my Mac, I've come to realize that what I need is actually very simple. One of my favorite Aerospace features was the ability to change between workspaces by assigning different letters to them. Typically, this letter would correspond to the application that I wanted to use. For example, I'd use Alt-B to go to Workspace B and work on my browser, or Alt-T to go to Workspace T and work on the terminal. When I would do this, I would normally have only a single window open for the application that I wanted to use, and this window would be maximized on my screen. If I ever had more than one window opened, it would typically be just two split vertically on the screen. This made me realize that I really just needed two things. The first is a way to set up keyboard shortcuts to open and switch to specific applications quickly and easily, as well as a way to resize and move windows around on my screen with the keyboard as well. A comment on my previous video about Aerospace where this person realized a very similar thing helped point me in the right direction, so thank you. So how can we implement this? I've been using Raycast for a while and I found it to be a perfect solution for this. With Raycast, you can set up specific keyboard shortcuts to launch and switch to specific applications quickly, and it has a built-in window management solution.
Oh, okay. That's what I want to do today.
So you can also use your keyboard to move windows around and resize them on your screen. An alternative to this would be something like Alfred, which is another app launcher, but you would have to pair this with a window manager like Rectangle. I'm gonna go ahead now and show you how to set this up with Raycast. Alright, the first thing you should do is to go to raycast.com to download it. You can click on the download button over here. Now once you have it installed, the default hotkey to open up Raycast.
He just made a video saying that he's using Aerospace and now he's switching to this.
Is option download button up with launcher, but you would have to pair this with screen. An alternative to this, so you can also use launch and switch to be a perfect solution for this. With Raycast, you can set up.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so I'm gonna do that right now, actually. Wait, actually, I need to do. General? No, it's extensions. Okay, I see. I don't use this enough to know where everything is, but it's pretty good. So let's see. Okay. Why is this even here? So I probably want Brave. Well, Brave is one of them. What should be my... let's see, because I need to not have conflicting keybinds with window management and then application launching. So Alt is going to be focus. Or option. Option and Vim bindings is going to be focus window. Option control is going to be move windows with Vim bindings. So option shift maybe, or command option. What's command option? I'll try command option. Command option B. That'll be my launch. So that's Brave browser. What else do I use a lot? Obsidian. And what else? Probably my terminal. That's gonna be command option G. Nope. Let me see here. Command option G. That says option command G. Command option G. Okay, I guess it automatically switches. What else? What else do I use a lot? I could probably do this one, Misty for AI. Yeah. Command option M. What else? Obsidian. Command option O. What about OBS? Probably not. Probably 1Password. Let's see what else is here. That's it. Wait, what was the other thing I just thought of? Oh yeah, it was 1Password, and then what else? Maybe, oh, Spotify maybe? Oh, Visual Studio Code, I mean. Nah. Let me just keep it simple. Let me do, oh, Spotify. Command option S. And then 1Password. Command option, I'll do P for passwords. Because that's easier than I could use 2 hands. Okay, so let's test it out with Spotify. Bam, and it opens up and on the window that I usually, yo, that's cool. Oh, I like that. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. So, because before I would launch everything from here. So command space, Spotify, and then enter. So you might only need to do like spot and then enter. So it's still pretty quick, but this is just goes straight to that. Oh, and then that was just 1Password. Nice. Okay. Yo, that's cool. Okay, let's do Misty. Nice. And if I minimize it, and then that'll call it again. Okay, that's pretty cool. And then what is, yeah, Command H just like hides it. Let's see, window, minimize, view. So what exactly is Command H? I think Command H, oh, hide Misty, hide others. Okay, so what about this? Does every app have it? They do. What does hide do? What does hide do? Does it go anywhere? What's the difference between hide and minimize? This doesn't, this like minimizes it. Whereas hide just hides it. Whoa. What did I just do? Everything is hidden. I just did this, hide others. Oh, I don't want that. That's what I did. How do I unhide others? Oh no, how do I unhide others? Oh, everything is hidden. I don't know how to unhide it. Terminal's the only thing I have. I have to manually open these. Okay. So Obsidian, hide. Nope. Obsidian. Okay, so I think this is like a universal Mac thing. So Command H is probably not good. Oh, I have to change my keybinds then. Okay, so this, Command M. I think you can change the graphics for that. Okay, Obsidian. I need to change Obsidian, unfortunately. I've been using H this whole time. But now I need to do something else. Maybe I'll just switch to G? No, I'll switch to... I have to change the hotkey for that. Hide. Nope. What is it called? Side? Yeah, sidebar. What was it before? It was nothing. Okay, these need to be something else. Command J? Should I just do J? I don't know if I like that. It should be like, what should it be? I do like Command and then Command Shift. Sidebar. Command no, Command S is S, save current file, reload app without saving, side. I liked H because it was like hide, so H, and it was also just like my index finger. But I don't need that because H would be more useful for the whole window hide, and that's also, it seems to be across products or across apps consistent. So therefore I don't want to use that anymore. Plus it would be very useful to hide Obsidian because I'm always that's probably the app I'm most often hiding, I think. Maybe not. That and Brave. Does Brave have that? Hide Brave. Command H. Gone. Whoa. Why did that just happen? Why did Obsidian move? That's the thing. Okay, now nothing else moved. Okay, so what if I hide this again? Okay, so I don't know why that happened the first time. Okay. But I'll probably just do Command M. What is the difference between hide and minimize, I suppose? That's what I'm not understanding. I'm thinking I'll just do like command sidebar, toggle sidebar, command T, toggle. That's used with something. Sidebar, left sidebar, right sidebar. Should I do this? That would be good. That? No. What? I think I just set those for something. I think I set those for the code blocks, which I feel like should not be that. Let me change that. Let me do call out, insert call out is that, and then code. Let me do insert call out, insert code block, and then what's the other one? I did this. What was? Yeah, maybe I don't do that. What? Maybe call out should be. What should those be? What if insert call out goes to command comma? Nope. Oh wait, no, that's settings. Command period. I've kind of been using it a lot. Maybe it should be I don't have enough keys on here, man. Call out. O? Command O? Command O is probably used for something. Insert markdown link is K. Insert math block. Call out. Okay. No, that's insert markdown link. Yeah, command K is for like links. Math. What's M? Command M. That could be math. Math block. Code block. These should be. What is that? That one I set to something. This one, toggle block quote. What even is toggle block quote? What is toggle block quote? Oh, that is so useful. Oh, that's so useful. Oh my goodness, that's so useful. How did I not know about that? Oh, that's so useful. Let's see. Maybe this? What is this? Go to last step. Oh, okay. Dang, bro. How are all these used? J? Command A? What is this? Is it gonna show? That could be something. Insert code block. This. Oops. This. That's fine, I suppose, for that. Period, maybe? Okay, hold on. So now let's do sidebar. Left sidebar will be this. Right sidebar will be this. Perfect. Oh, I like that. Oh, those are great. Yeah, those are great. Oh, what is this one? Add file property. Okay, so that's what that was. Interesting. There's actually a lot of different hotkeys here. 243 hotkeys? Wow, you could do a lot. Insert. Insert callout. Period versus this. Maybe I'll switch these. Callout. Because I use that more often. And code block would be Command Shift this, maybe? Insert footnote. What is that? Maybe a period, that might be good. Insert horizontal rule, there's already a shortcut for that. Insert table. Templates, insert template. Let me try footnote. What does footnote do? Oh, wow, this is a footnote. So if I'm typing and want to, I don't know, add a site something, yeah, this is a footnote 2. Oh, what was that? Wait, what did I just type? Oh, command this. What is, oh, is this a math block? Okay, that's cool. I didn't know about that. That might be useful. Wait, what was that? That was this, okay. And then this. I don't know what that is. What is double? What does this do? What does this do? It's not doing anything. It's not resolving to anything. Can I search by this? Oh, you can search by command. Oh, toggle comment. Oh yeah, comments. Okay, comments. Yeah. I don't know why you would need a comment on here if it. This is a comment. Okay, so if you go to reader view, it's not going to show. Oh, it automatically expands everything, bro. That's wait, what? That's kind of a glitch. Okay, so this won't show in reader view. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's fine. And then footnote. Yeah, that makes sense to be a footnote. That makes sense. And then these make sense to be that. And this is fine to do that. Should that be, or this? I think that works well. That works pretty well. Okay, so that works. So now I can do hide. And then open this up. Okay, that works really well. Okay, those keybinds are really good now. That's really good. Oh, that's good. I don't know what the difference between minimize is and hide, though. What's the difference between minimize and hide on macOS? What is the application switcher? What is that? What do they mean, application switcher? Oh, command key. Yeah. Oh yeah, this. Oh, I forgot about this. For changing focus. So if I hide Obsidian, it's still in here though. Nice. I almost never use this. Or I used to use this a lot, but then when I started when I use Window Manager focus keys, I stopped using this because I just use this now. Oh, I'm so glad I changed my Obsidian keybinds. Those are so much better. Oh, they're so much better now. What was that? Oh, that's... Oh, that's math block. Oh, I'm retarded. Why did I set it to that? That's supposed to be minimize. Math block should be... Hold on. Toggle inline math. Ooh. Alt M. Alt Shift M. Uh-oh, what was that? That switched to Brave for some reason, and I don't know why. What is that? What even is that button? Mute tab, mute site. I don't know. Don't know what that. Okay, so I guess. I don't know if that makes sense, but I guess those work. That works. That works, I suppose. What is this again? Okay, that's settings. That's footnote. Whoa, wait, what was that? Oh, that's code lock. Oh, okay, this does that. Exit. I don't want that. Okay. And then that. It's kind of a weird, janky workflow. And then, so if I go like this. Oh, what the? Yeah, I can easily do that. Nice. I can change this. We'll see if I like it. Maybe I'll just do this and just type it in manually. Maybe I'll just do it like that. Okay. Goodbye. Okay. So I was doing, yeah, so I had the launchers for this set up now. So if I hide that, I launch it like this. Okay. Okay, that works. Now, should I have these G for ghosty, or oh, does that also hide it? The same thing just hides it. It just toggles. Okay, interesting. That's cool. I like that. I like that. These keybinds are getting set up nicely. Cool. Oh man, I gotta use Raycast way more because it can do so much more that I have not really been using it right. Like, I would just search for stuff right here, but that's, you really don't want, well, okay, you want to use this as a launcher in this way for your non-main apps. So I think you should have like probably your top 3, top 4, top 5 apps have those keybinded to a launcher, so you can just straight up launch it like, okay, so like that launched my password manager. So that way you don't have to do this and launch something. So I got my main apps there. Boom. Oh, that was just this. And you could also kind of, it also hides it. Does that hide it from here? No, it's still there. And now you don't have to use the window switcher, the application switcher. Interesting, okay. Actually, I want to quit this. Goodbye. Okay, nice. Okay, let's keep watching what this guy's doing with it.
Set up specific keyboard shortcuts to launch and switch to specific applications quickly, and it has a built-in window management solution, so you can also use your keyboard to move windows around and resize them on your screen. An alternative to this would be something like Alfred, which is another app launcher, but you would have to pair this with a window manager like Rectangle. I'm gonna go ahead now and show you how to set this up with Raycast. Alright, the first thing you should do is to go to raycast.com to download it. You can click on the download button over here. Now once you have it installed, the default hotkey to open up Raycast is Option and space. You'll see it open up here. The first thing I like to do is to change this hotkey. You can do Command and comma to open up the Raycast settings. You can see here that the hotkey is set to Option space. You can click on it, and I'm going to change this to Command space. This is what you normally use with Spotlight. You should disable that. I'm going to do Command space, look for keyboard to open that up in system settings. Then I'm going to click here on keyboard shortcuts, then click over here on Spotlight and make sure that show Spotlight search here is not selected. All right, I'm going to click done here and close this. All right, next we can set up the shortcuts to switch to specific applications. You can go to the extensions tab here, make sure that all is selected, and you can look for the specific application you want to set up a shortcut for. Let's say I want to do one for Chrome, which is the browser that I use, and you can see here that I've set up Hyper plus B to open up and switch to Chrome. On my Corn keyboard, which is the keyboard that I use, if I tap on this specific key, it's space, but if I hold it down, it's Hyper, and it'll trigger Control, Option, Shift, and Command. This comes in very handy if you want to avoid conflicts with your shortcuts. If you don't have a customizable keyboard like the Corn, you can actually also set this up with Carabiner Elements. If you have Carabiner Elements installed, I'm going to go ahead and do Command space and look for it here on my computer and press enter to open it up. If you need to download it, I'll have a link for that in the description. Now that it's open, you can go to Complex Modifications, click on Add Rule, and you'll see here that you have an option to change your caps lock key to a hyper key. I'm going to click here Enable. Now you'll be able to use the caps lock key on your keyboard as a hyper key. Back in the Raycast settings, I'm going to look for WesTerm, which is the terminal emulator that I use. You'll see here that I've set this up with Hyper plus T. If I change the filters here, I'm going to enable show only customized and remove the search here so you can see all of the shortcuts I've set up. This is the list of all of the different applications I have a shortcut for. For example, I also have Hyper plus N for Notion and Hyper plus F for Finder. Now if I close this, and now if I want to open up WesTerm, I can do Hyper and T. That opened it up. And now if I want to switch between Chrome and WesTerm, I can do Hyper B, Hyper T, Hyper B, Hyper T. Now let's say I also want to open up Notion, I can do Hyper N. Now I can cycle through my different applications with Hyper B, T, N, B, T, N. And this can be very quick as well. Before I continue, I do get a lot of questions about my keyboard. If you want to build your own Korn keyboard like the one I use daily and I've been using throughout this video, I run a small keyboard shop where you'll find everything you'll need to build your own Korn V4 without having to do any soldering. This keyboard has been great for me in terms of comfort and productivity, so if you're interested, I'll have a link to my shop in the description, as well as to a full video guide on the Korn V4 and how to put your keyboard together. Alright, so the next thing we need to set up are some shortcuts to resize and move the windows on our screen. Again, I'll do Command Space, Command Comma, and then under Extensions, make sure you have all selected and look for Window Management. I've filtered these to show only the ones I've customized. I only have 5 right now. I use Option J to move a window to the bottom half, Option H to move it to the left half, Option M to maximize the window, Option L to move it to the right half, and Option K to move it to the top. I use H, J, K, and L because these are the arrow keys in Vim and they're kind of like second nature to me, and Option M, which is short for maximize. You can also click here on Window Management, and I've set up a small gap between windows. This is just preference. You can change the gap size or have no gap at all. I'm going to close Raycast, and then you'll see now that if I do Option M, I'll maximize Notion. If I change the terminal with Hyper T, I can maximize it as well with Option M, change to the browser with Hyper B, and this one is already maximized. This is typically how I'll work most of the time. If I'm working on the terminal and the browser, for example, and I need to switch quickly between code and a web application I'm working on, this can be very quick with Hyper T and B. Now to resize the browser window, I can do Option H for the left half, Option L for the right half, Option J for the bottom, Option K for the top, and Option M to maximize. Now there's a final thing that I'd like to set up for switching between windows of the same application quickly. Let's do Command Space, and I'm going to look for
I don't like that. The reason I prefer the tiling managers is because usually if you resize one window to a half, you want the other window on the other half, and so with that way you have to resize that window to the half, then you have to go to the other application and then resize that window to the other half. Whereas with the tiling windows, it'll automatically readjust the windows into the space. So if you just do to the left, it'll automatically put the other application to the right. So this is just more buttons. I don't know why he switched to this.
Keyboard here, press enter, then click on keyboard shortcuts, and under keyboard, you'll see this one here that says move focus to next window. I've set this up to Hyper C.
Oh, interesting. I didn't even know they had Mac native focus like this. Well, okay. Move focus to status menus. Interesting. Ooh. To the floating window to the window bar. Oh, that's cool. Keyboard. Hold on, wait. What else? I saw something. Keyboard shortcuts. Oh, it opens up automatically too. Oh, you can shortcut to here. Modifier keys. Keyboard? Whoa. Move focus to next window. Command this. So if I do that, it doesn't really work. Because it's usually something. I don't even think I want. Okay, probably don't want these. None of those matter. What is this? Show contextual menu. Option enter. I don't know what that does. Oh wait, I'm clicking the wrong thing. I don't think that does anything. Okay. So can I just turn that off? And turn that off? Oops. Launchpad. Turn dock on and off. Command Option D. Oh, I never knew about that. That's kind of cool. I'll keep that. Wait. I don't know, because that might conflict with my launching. I might need to download that Carabiner, whatever it's called. Carabiner Binds, what was it called? I don't know. I might need to download that. It's free and open source. screenshots. Yeah, I turned these all off. Actually, I should look through all of these to make sure I don't have conflicts. I think that's what the problem was. Control up. Okay, yeah, we can do that. I can keep that. Okay. You can change this or no? Oh, you do. Yeah, okay, you can change it. Oh, that's the globe key? How can I do globe key? Oh, okay. Hold on. So now I can do this. And that is going to take a little bit to open up, I think. And I think I have to plug in, or is it just not going to work? Is that opening? Yeah, it's just slow. I have to plug it in though. So let me plug it. I want to see, because the globe button should be useful for stuff. And I need to use my function keys more. Alright, you're plugged in. Are you gonna see what's going on? Or I have to quit and restart you. I think I have to restart you. Yeah, okay, loading. I need to move you to the big boy screen. Yep, there we go. Yo, this looks kind of different. I think they updated the UI on this. Okay, so this is what I got here. Wait, is it layer 0? I think that's what I'm on. Where do I check again? Design. Okay, I don't think I want to do that. Settings. $3D? Whoa, what does 3D look like? Whoa. Wow. Wow. Okay, I actually kind of like the 2D one better. Light mode? Oh no. Okay. Yeah, I like this one better. Oh, here. MO2 and MO4. What's 1? Oh, that's Windows. Why is it like that? I should have 0 and 1. And 2 and 3. What's 4? So this is 2, layer 2. And then this is 4. Why is that 4? Why are they skipping like that? And then Windows and then 3. Anyway. Oh, this will be the function keys. Okay, Oh wait, I think that said the globe key is not, you can't use it here. That's Apple native only. Wait, what is macro? Wait, what's layers? FN space. Special. What is clicky up? Clicky toggle? What does even that mean? Lighting. Custom. Left option. Left command, right command, mission control, launch pad, task view, screenshot. Dang, you can kind of, oh yo, this is kind of cool. Other. Yeah, there's no globe command. But this macro key, is this what I'm thinking it is? Where you click, what's a macro key in VIA macro key? Using VIA to create macros involves mapping specific keycodes to keys on your keyboard. For instance, if you want to create a macro that simulates pressing Ctrl and 6 simultaneously, you would set up the macro in the VIA macro selection. However, if this combination triggers a hash, instead, ensure that the Use keys to change settings option is unchecked in VIA. Oh, the only problem with that is if I'm not, I want to have the same settings for my laptop as, so that way when I'm not using this keyboard, it's still gonna, my keybinds will still maintain, will still translate over. So it would have to be maybe the function key, which would be the globe key. What does this do? That does like emojis. Is that the only thing it does? And why can't it simulate that? Whoa. No, don't. What is this? Oh, down and up. Okay, that's what that was. What does this do? Oh, a message? Wait, did I save it? How do I save it? Oh, here, save. This is macro 0. Okay. No, but that won't work out. That would be cool. That would be cool to use my function to as a macro key, but I won't be able to replicate that on my Mac computer. That's the problem with this. Otherwise, that would be perfect. That would be a nice key to use for stuff. That would be nice to use, though. So which that means. So that's 4 and 2. I was thinking that maybe I could do something with this. But it won't match what's on the keyboard. Unless... Nah. It could be an option in the future, but let's not worry about it. I don't think that's going to be something I'm going to be able to work on right now. But that's an interesting idea. So let's see, show desktop. Yeah, so the globe key just won't be a thing. Are these conflicting with anything? Turn presenter overlay? I don't know what that is. Off. Ooh, interesting. Send file to Bluetooth device? Yeah, good thing I have that off. I do not. I want that deleted. None. For sure, I don't want that as anything. Open URL? How would that even work? Can I just turn that off in this? Whoa, wait. Uh-oh, what was the dash? I'm just gonna turn them all off. I'm not gonna use any of these. They're not even binded to anything anyway. That's not binding to anything anyway. No. Oops. Oh, that's why. It goes to half when some of them are on, some of them are off. Spotlight. Search with DuckDuckGo. I don't want any of that. Text. Convert to simplified Chinese, bro. Make a new sticky note. I don't need any of those. Command Shift M. Open man page in terminal. Okay, those are fine. That's off. Show Finder search window. I don't know what that means. Oh. Ah, okay. Basically just looking for things that could be conflicting in the future. Oh, you can automatically assign app shortcuts in this. So why would you even need Raycast? Finder.app. You see, look, this is already set. You can't even turn it on or off. It's just automatically. Mission control. New desktop space. What? That doesn't work. Or do I have to open up mission control? Am I hitting the right thing? Control Shift arrow up. Yeah, why does that not work? Oh, I just titled it myself because that's not an actual thing. Okay. All applications. Wait, so how do I... Ah, okay. So if I want to do 1Password, launch, and do, let's say just say I want to do R, just for now. I don't think that does anything. How do I even edit this? Maybe I have to say, oh, enter the exact name of the menu command. Oh, okay, open. And then R. Okay. Now, done. Now let's try it. Nope. No, that doesn't work. Okay, so you do need Raycast because that just does not work. That just does not work. That's kind of dumb. It just app shortcuts. So yeah, no, I don't know how to use these. These don't really work. This one works, maybe. I don't even know. Okay. Okay. Done. Bam. Okay. What other stuff will I find out that Raycast can do? Actually, I already knew that I could do that. Hold on. Finder. You see, because I had this set like since the beginning. I don't know why I never used it for other apps.
C standing for cycle. So I use Hyper-C to cycle through the windows of the same application. All right, I'll click done now.
So I'm gonna need to use maybe Carabiner elements if my app launcher starts to get convoluted with a bunch of stuff.
This shortcut, combined with some of the other built-in macOS window management shortcuts, makes things pretty straightforward. For example, let's say I want to open up a new Chrome window. I can do Command N. This is the default shortcut for this. It should work with most of your applications. Now I can maximize it with Option M and cycle through the two Chrome browser windows I have open with Hyper and C. Let's say I want to have them side by side. I can do Option and L for this one to go to the right, Hyper and C to change focus, and Option and H to move it to the left. Then again, I can do Hyper.
You see, that's so many steps. This guy is... Why would he switch away from the tiling manager? You can literally, in one button, it would automatically resize the other window.
Proceed to change focus between them. If I want to close a specific window, again, this is a built-in shortcut that should work with most of your applications. You can do Command and W. Then I can maximize Chrome again with Option M.
Yeah, that's why I like what I have better. it like automatically rearranges everything, so you don't have to like refocus. If I want to focus here, 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 I can change focus. I can jump to spaces to my other screen focus. Grab here, let's bring Spotify over. Let's move Spotify back. Come back here. Move this guy over here. Nah, here. Actually, I want to move this guy to the other screen. Move him back to this screen. Move him here. Like, that's why you need this instead. So let's actually, and then I'm gonna close that window. Now the way Amethyst works is that there's always a main pane right here. So this is the main pane. And so you can resize the main pane no matter which window. So if I move my focus to terminal now, so now I'm focused on here. If I resize, it's still gonna resize the main window, because it works that that's the root node, and so that's always going to be the one that you change. Now I can move this, now I can move the terminal to be the root node by just moving it there, and now that becomes the root node. So this works okay. Now the thing I want, so I'm gonna so we'll see. I'll have to hold on to Carabiner Elements since it's free and open source. I might use this if I'm getting conflicting keybinds. I might switch to this. Free and open source. This would actually be awesome. But right now I don't seem to need it yet. Maybe I'll save that for something in the future. Okay.
This video is going to make you question how you've managed to use the Mac in any way productively until now. When I discuss of these two, it clicked with the way I think about multitasking on the Mac. It deals with Windows in two main ways, tiles or accordion, and the elegance of these two approaches, especially when combined, is just brilliant. I think the brilliance of it is how smoothly it lets you just set up your Windows the way you want at any time. It's so easy to get your head around the logic of how it works. The thing is though, it's not limited in power either, and it handles edge cases so well too. Again, this kind of thing can really make some of these multitasking tools fall down. Things like pop-up window, it's a normal space, but when it's held down in the description. I'm not going to make this video too detailed of Windows either using tiles or accordions, and each position in a workspace can then vertically. Resizing is all instant and automatic, so the default when you have a single window.
So the difference with this one, with Aerospace, is that you can resize any window that you have focused. So instead of always being the root node, like this one, I can resize like this one. Or if I have, let's say, a new terminal, I can resize like the middle one. So that's the cool thing about it. And what else? And the other thing is that you can toggle floating windows. So you can toggle a window float, which I have set up actually on this as well. I can do that. I forgot what my keybind is, but when you toggle it to float, then the window manager ignores it. Whereas with Aerospace, it won't ignore it. Like, you can still go back to focusing on it. Now, the thing I will lose out on is native Mac Spaces support. So this I have spaces support for. I can do let's see. I don't know what that was. That command does something, and I think that's like a native Mac command. I don't know. I accidentally messed that up. I think it's, hold on, do I even have spaces? No, I don't. Okay, that's why. That just moves there. How do I move it? Oh, okay, that's what that was. Okay, so I can move it to the new space. Hold on, maybe I can turn off space, hold on, accessibility. Let's open up that. and do display maybe. And is it show window title icons? What even is that? I don't know what that is. Play text pointer. Switch control? I don't know what this is. What is it called? Reduce motion? Search in here. Motion. Reduce motion. Where's this at? Here. This. Okay. Now if I do this. Oh, so now it fades instead of motions. Oh, I kind of like that better. Yo, that's kind of clean. What if I move a window? That kind of looks dumb though. Instead of sliding, it kind of just hovers. It just kind of fades. What other motion does it reduce? What if I minimize this? It doesn't reduce that motion. Okay, that's still normal. I don't know what other motion there is. Is that the only thing it reduces? All right. Anyway, okay. Let's let me actually try this. Okay. So I'll just do a. I don't know if I'm gonna like it, to be honest. Maybe. Do I have to create its own config file? Did it not create that? I don't see it. Okay. Well, I want to create it anyway, so I want to put it in .config. And then make dir How do I copy this? There's no copy command. Okay, hold on, let me disable this. I gotta fix my NeoVim. Well, I don't know about fix. I need to like set it up. I kind of like downloaded something and it kind of works, but I don't know how to use it. Default root container layer, possible values, tiles, accordion. Yeah, tiles. Possible values, horizontal, vertical, auto. Auto means wide monitors, anything wider than high gets horizontal orientation. Yeah, I want auto. Ooh, it's got auto, that's actually pretty nice. Automatically unhide macOS hidden apps? No. Gaps. You can do each gap individually. Yeah, let's do. Let's do, what does it say? Constant 8. We'll do 8. Mode main binding. Main binding mode must be always presented. I don't know what that is. Alt slash. Layout tiles horizontal vertical. Layout tiles horizontal vertical. I don't know what that is. What this is. Commands layout. Oh, see commands layout. Okay, commands layout. Oh, okay, focus is the alts, okay. And then alt shift is move. What is this? Alt 1? Ah, okay. I want, I don't need any of these. Hold on, I can just do that. Nope. You cannot do that. Really? You can't do that? Oh yeah, because this is Vin. Oops. I don't need all these workspaces, bro. Bam. I just need like that. Alt shift. Move node. Can I change this? I think I can. Can I change it to command? Yeah, of course it should. Alt tab. Alt shift tab. this to be? Do I have to type it all out, or do I do? Command, or do I do CMD? Move. What is goodies? So if I do and if I do I don't understand how this is working. I don't understand why this is not working. It's not tiling at all. It's literally not resizing at all. Oh, is it not open? It's not even open. That's the problem. Oh, so that's not a thing. Okay, it would help to open up the app. Wait, so what was I even using? Oh, was that the native built-in macOS stuff? This should be CMD. I don't like these auto suggestions, bro. They're just like, I can't scroll down. Okay, can I do that? Okay. Let's see. What do I have? Okay. How come I can't go more this way? Okay. Why can't I move it? And why can't I go over to the left space there? Why is it not working? Oh, because I have to turn off spaces? I think that's what I have to do. I do like that though, that's kind of nicer. That works, the drag and drop works better.